The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Is written all over your face. Scientific intricity you created out in space. Oh yeah. You can do what you wanna do. Tap the phones, we know you're listening. You can think how you wanna think now, but you can't stop us. The truth is rising. Electrical currents, so current, leaving you paralyzed. And this truth is so amplified while your ego's reduced in size. We a menace to your society, taking your kingdom violently. Pick a paddle to the battle, we can live in a valley of an alley. It's a matter of time, they can where we done, if you look at the side. I run the race until I finish. A higher power giving me the ability. Chosen people with no love but mystery. They won't stop. You think I can't say, hey, what you doing to me? Yo, you cannot defeat me. My hand on your heel, I'm pulling through. A step ahead of you. You think that I can't see? You know I'm with me. I
Shalom, 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 brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. I'm Elder Rikash, y'all here with our weekly broadcast. And you know what to do, brothers and sisters. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Please, please, please. Boy, do we have a broadcast for you this evening. Let everyone know that the Gathering of Christ Church is live. And if you're outside of this broadcast, you're going to be missing it. Today, we connect all the dots. Hit the like button. Thank the Most High in the name of Yeshua, where we walk. That's the Most High God. In the name of Yeshua, which is Jesus Christ. All right? They call him Jesus Christ, but his name is Yeshua. Through the Rawak, the Holy Spirit, I thank the Most High for another opportunity to come before you and for all of you brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. Right now, Elder Lawyer is on a plane going over into Africa. So, of course, I'm going to do this alone through the Spirit of the Almighty, but I know he's here with me in spirit. We pray that the angels are beneath those wings as he go into Africa to help finish the work. Shalom, shalom, shalom throughout the four corners of the earth. Please hit the like button. We're going to jump right in. And as you can see, we have a serious topic tonight. A very serious topic. Edom'S Hametic Henchmen. Remember this particular lesson, December the 3rd, December the 3rd, so-called 2025. Remember this date as we break it down and connect the dots to what's going on geopolitically as well as prophetically on the earth. In an effort for those who can see to get under God's hedge before the judgment. Before the judgment. Now, before I jump in, I would like to thank my brothers and sisters, the congregations for the last couple of weeks. Over the past 2 to 3 weeks, we've been blessed with visits to Connecticut, East Coast, California, West Coast, Los Angeles, as well as just getting back from the Detroit trip, which ends our Feast of Dedications. Let me tell you, what a beautiful, beautiful embracing that I've received from these particular congregations. And I cannot thank the leaders, the brothers, the sisters, all those who was behind such a great gathering in your particular areas. And we pray that the Most High continue to bless the church and to what? Bless and protect all of your families. As you all know, brothers and sisters, I went through a little bout, probably a little sickness. I think I picked it up weeks ago going into Connecticut, going into one of those stores, I think, going into Connecticut. But I'm at the tail end of it. So I thank you, brothers and sisters, for all your prayers, strengthening us, strengthening me through this particular sickness I had to go through. It was tough cold I went through, you know. And I thank the Most High that I'm getting over it. And I felt your prayers. Thank you. But you know I wasn't going to allow that spirit to keep me in bed. No, we were out doing the Lord's work in the air, traveling to the congregations, strengthening our brothers and sisters who's holding the fort. And there's many, many more trips to go. And again, I was very conscious when it came to my interaction with people. I didn't want any of the brothers and sisters to catch anything I was carrying as far as this cold goes. And to prove that it worked, Elder Lawyer's in the air right now, and he's been sitting next to me the whole time. Guess what? He's fine. So I'm very conscious when I have a cold or whatever, not to spread it to others in public settings. I do everything I can to stay sanitized. But anyway, here it is. Y'all doing a great job on the likes before jumping in. Let me just make a few announcements. All right. I'd like to thank brothers and sisters for their warm hospitality and embracing the elders of the Gathering of Christ Church from Connecticut. Oh, man, Ganon and Boston, all of you. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you, leaders in particular, and your wives for rolling out the white carpet for the elders. And hey, the conversations we had behind the scenes, I hope it inspires you all to finish this work stronger than you were before the Most High initially called you into the work. And I'm sure you'll make the Most High proud with the works that will get done 2026 and beyond in those specific areas. Also with Detroit, Elder Dell, the crew from the West Coast, from Seattle, Washington. We have Bakar from Las Vegas. We have Lucas, California, Los Angeles. Thank you, brothers. Hold the fort for 2026 and beyond. Speaking of 2026, Passover 2026 will be held in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we are preparing several special surprises for our guests. You won't want to miss this particular Passover, Seats are filling up quickly, okay? So if you're going to plan to come here, please inform your local elder as soon as possible. 2,000 seats have already been accounted for. So the seats are dwindling down. I don't want you to miss this, brothers and sisters. So if you want to become a part of Passover 2026 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, speak to your local leader. Get in as soon as possible, because why? We cannot hold the seats. The money is going on. We are putting out a down payment, which usually comes from what we receive in the initial purchases of your particular seats. So please, you don't want to be the one at the end of it not able to attend the Passover for any particular reason because you came late. So if you can do so, do it. If something is going on where you can't afford it, you are a part of our church, but yet you're falling on hard times, please let the congregation know. Not the congregation, but the leader of the congregation know what's going on so we can help you there also, okay? 2026 will be in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Speak to the leader in your local congregation to be a part of the next Passover 2026. Also, I would like to announce we are in a new installment for Your Hebrew and Bible Academy. I'd like to thank all of the enrollees who went through the full 12 weeks. What a blessed 12 weeks it was. But you know what? Like all good things, sometimes, you know what it is? It comes to an end. We have to reboot this thing, right? So, Hebrew and Bible Academy. Starting December 14th, we're here for enrollments beyond 2025. Hope after Armageddon will be the theme. No doom and gloom. There's a lot of things going on in the earth, but guess what? The righteous wins. We will be guided into Christ's kingdom, regardless of what's going on in the earth. We're going to show the hope through Armageddon, this particular academy. In the next academy that starts December 14th, we plan to explore powerful and encouraging topics, including why understanding Armageddon's true purpose is key to maintaining hope, dispelling the myth of total annihilation. Revelations 21 and 22, we're going to go into God's promise of a new heaven and a new earth right here. We don't have to die to get there, folks. Those that are waiting for us in paradise that have passed over, folks, they'll be in the kingdom before us. The dead in Christ shall rise first. So when we get to the kingdom working on earth, if the Most High permit us to live through all what's coming, folks, they'll be on this plane with us, celebrating the kingdom. 1,000-year reign, a righteous reign for the people who deserves it. Those who follow Christ under the law, statutes, and commandments of the Almighty will have their reward. And we're going to teach people, brothers and sisters everywhere about this particular kingdom, especially in this Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up. Also, the literal end of tears, pain, and death, what daily life will look like in the kingdom, the restored creation, the promise of harmony, abundance, direct fellowship with the Most High, and more. We're going to also expose, we have one lesson called Jews. Who is the Jew? You don't want to miss that particular lesson. Another for the next Hebrew and Bible Academy. Ishmael, the Arabs. Folks, we're going to go into it. Ishmael. Man, oh man. Let me tell you about Ishmael. Ishmael is the unseen enemy used against God's people. And we're going to expose that and more in the next academy. In the next academy. Come on in, file on in. File on in. Ishmael, the hidden enemy of God's people, the Arabs. And you know what? The lesson today is a proper lesson going in to the Hebrew and Bible Academy based on how Ishmael has always been used throughout history against God's people. That's Esau's secret. That's really his secret political enemy against us throughout history. It's Ishmael and Edom together. So that and more we'll go into in our next Hebrew and Bible Academy. Hope to see you all there. End of announcements. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. historytimes.org to enroll. Brothers and sisters, let's jump in. Today's lesson or discussion. And brothers and sisters, doesn't matter your background, whether you are religious, whether or not you believe in church, the Bible. If you want to know what's really going on, today we'll connect all the dots for you with this particular lesson. And if you don't know or believe in the Bible, you will today. You will today, okay? You might ask, well, for those who've never seen me before, man, who's this dark-skinned guy, this black guy, who keeps popping up in my feed? I am Elder Rick Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church. That's who I am. All right? You might ask me, well, what does this guy believe? Is he one of these guys be on the street screaming at people, cursing people out? Absolutely not. Okay? I'm from the tribe of Judah here in America. I'm from the lost tribes of Israel, written of in the Bible. It's not a belief system. It's not my religion. It's my what? It's my national origin that was given to me through my forefathers by God. A lot of you out there who are some of the people who have family that came off the slave ships here in America, You might not even know that that's who you are. So, I'm Elder Ricard Shar from the tribe of Judah. According to the Bible, Judah is one of the 12 lost tribes of Israel. Okay? We don't curse anybody out. We don't demean or disrespect others. Okay? It's proper etiquette. Ambassadors of the word. Okay? Now, another thing. America, the land we're living on now. This land does not, I repeat, this land is not the white man's or Europeans' land. Some people ask, well, what do I mean by that? The indigenous people of this land were conquered. Before the 1500s, there were people here in what we now call the Americas. The indigenous people who were here were and are from the lost tribes of Israel. The land we call America was a land given to God's chosen people. And later, the colonizers came. Another thing as I dive into this, we are not Africans. We are not Africans. Being African is part of the purposeful confusion. And I'm speaking of this not in a condescending way. We have family, we have people in Africa. Elder Lawyer is traveling to Africa right now. But it's ignorant, it's stupid, it's confusion for anyone to claim that Africa is and or was the motherland. That's a lie. Africa is made out of what? 54 separate countries. Africa can't even come together. Many ethnicities and or races. The Arabs have been running that region you call Africa for decades, for millennia. There's Arabs there. I lived in parts of Africa. So again, we are not Africans. Okay? Another thing, skin folk is not kinfolk. Esau have been using our ignorance concerning hue and what? Ancient civilizations according to race to confuse us, to have our people in the end times align ourselves with the same enemies who have always resented God's people. Okay? So we got into this black power garbage and started talking about Africa is the motherland. We had no idea how much we was undermining our true rich history that was given to us through our God. And this is not to look down on any specific group of people. It's to set the record straight. To set the record straight. Esau, who's the white man, Rome, have been using black Africans as henchmen to undermine, confuse, and or destroy our people. There's no way our people should be in these colleges, in these universities, learning anything about Black African studies. It's disrespect. It's straight disrespect. Take your African American studies and throw it in the trash. If it benefited us, the white man would not have put so much money behind it. It's garbage. It's a Trojan horse so that Esau can do what he's done for age immemorial. To bring in some people to undermine and destroy us. The same people, not all, but a lot, who've always resented God's people throughout history. Everything I'm talking about today and more will be proven. Will be proven. The Egyptians were Black people, but they were not Asiatic or Shemitic like us. They were always politically the enemy of God's people in the Old Testament. Because what? These nations are upset that God chose us. So a lot of our people have become confused. You look at the white man as the enemy. The white man is a cunning hunter. So he say, okay, since you're looking at me as the enemy, I'll just go back and align myself with your enemy, who was your enemy before me. Finance them, bring them over to the country, give all of your finances and all what your forefathers worked towards to them. I'll finance them with what? With the blood, shed, and tears that it came through your forefathers to destroy you in the name of blackness. So why am I doing this? Some people might think what I'm saying today might be divisive. No, it's not. We're going to break down some history so we'll understand who's who. Our people need protection. We need to understand who's servicing us. What people who we think are us are here to undermine, destroy, and also are here to not only to replace us, but to make sure, folks, that there's no future altogether for our bloodline. They're here to what? That's right, folks. Spiritually genocide our people. And it's not just the white man. Now, let's talk about it. Someone says Africa is a holy land. There's no way around it. Okay, Salman. I'll tell you what, Salman, you stick around. And if you can prove to me that Africa is a holy land, I will allow you to do that. Okay, but if you can't, stand corrected. Okay, Africa is not the Holy Land. The grifters are behind that particular scam. And I stand on it. Now, so do not troll. I don't want to hear nothing in the comment section from you, Salman, until I personally invite you in. And when you come in with your face like everyone can see me and stand on your comment. Again, Africa isn't the Holy Land. What say the Bible? I'm going to write down your name, Simon. At the end of the lesson, I'm going to ask you to come in. You'll have 30 seconds to come in on the link, or I'll put you back into the gigabyte land. We have no time to be playing around with y'all no more. Okay? Now, first and foremost, lesson for today. Edom's Hametic henchmen. Edom's Hametic henchmen. Well, some people might ask, well, what, pray tell, is a henchman? For those who don't know, here's the definition. A henchman is a loyal and trusted subordinate. Guess what? It's no different than people who are just happy to come here strictly to serve the powers that be. To them, it's a kingdom compared to where they've come from. Guess what? They'll even betray their origin state nation to become a subordinate to the white man. They'll even spite their own people to do it. They'll look at us over here in America and say, what are you blacks in America complaining about? Compared to where we reside, you people are living in paradise. You know why you think that way? You're defeated. Judah, who has always been the minority, have fought. We have fought since the time we came off the slave ships. We have never been satisfied with the status quo, not just for our people, but for all people around the world. You'll never see us go into another country and say, what are y'all complaining about? The good old government ain't that bad. You're defeated. A loyal and trusted subordinate, often used to describe someone who performs unpleasant or unscrupulous tasks for a powerful person. So they'll do all the ugly work for the white man. Right? Especially in a criminal or political context. While historically, a henchman meant a trusted attendant or groom. Right? The modern meaning typically carries a negative connotation of a ruthless, unscrupulous follower motivated by personal gain or loyalty. Henchmen. Henchmen. So let's talk about this. A henchman. Let's talk about this. Right? In a nutshell, a trusted follower, a right-hand man, a political follower whose support is chiefly for personal advantage. Hit that like button. Hit it. We're diving in. We are diving in. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Right? A hot mess. A hot mess. a hot pile of feces. Look at this. Cynthia Erivo, now you know she's from Africa, reacts to protecting Ariana Grande after a red carpet ambush. Wanted to make sure that she was okay. Ain't that something? Look at this here. This is one of many examples of a henchman. Brothers and sisters, you have to understand the optics of this. A lily white, innocent woman, pure Cinderella type, Dorothy type, protected by the masculine black woman. Every sister out there need to be totally up in arms, enraged, based on the optics alone. This in of itself tells us the black woman don't need protection. The white woman does. That's the optics they're putting out there using a henchman or woman. And you wonder why our sisters in America thinks that there's no protection for them. What's going on? Because they've undermined the image of our sisters using the others. And then on top of that, you have to understand the optics of a black woman, which was the example moral compass for all women all over the earth at one point during the civil rights movement. We had Coretta Scott. Esau had the skanky Marilyn Monroe. Understand the flip-flop here. We had what? We had Coretta Scott King. We had very church-going women. Big Mama, who played every Saturday, would play Mahalia Jackson every morning on a record player while the children were cleaning up the house. Gospel music. And they had skanky Marilyn Monroe. And now they flipped it. Now it's our women, our people who are what? Who are the face of wickedness. Right? Look at it. Here it is right here. I need y'all to check it out. Look at it. Look at it. They got someone from some other place to now be the face of the wicked. And folks, don't think these images don't have what? A lasting impression on the demographic of those who are following these programs. Look at who she was protecting. Look. Let me blow it up for you. Let's blow it up. Take my time with this. Right? Look at it. Right? Matter of fact, let me pull it up just for an example real quick. Erivo and Grande protected on red carpet. Look, Folks, why do you think they brought the others over here to undermine? Here's the image that our sisters have to now fight against when they see this particular foolery going on as a black representative for sisters. Some people look at this and say, well, hey, looking at this, don't seem like sisters need protection, do they? But the white woman need protection at all costs, which is the optics they were what? Seeking to convey. Now, I don't want to make it about this because I have so much from the scholarly side to prove my point today. Over a decade ago, traveled over into the Middle East, brothers and sisters. And now I know why they didn't want the blacks in America to travel into the old world. Black men having passports is really a new phenomenon that just sprung up. Why? Because America is so vast, you can do all your traveling and get an opportunity to take advantage of the old world culture any place in America if you would like to. But black men in particular didn't travel much. And I understand now why they was dissuading us from traveling. Or they would try to do little things and put little things out there that would dissuade us from going over. Oh, don't go into this area. They got diseases over there. Oh, you got to take a shot to get over here. And I noticed they never said that you needed to take a shot to go to England. To go to any place white, you don't have to take a shot. But to go into the old world, you probably have to, what? Compromise your health with an adverse reaction to a shot they claim you have to get. What they were doing by doing this was dissuading us from actually going into the old world in fear of what we were going to find out, folks. I went into Africa. I lived in Egypt. And guess what, folks? It's nothing like they've told us. Folks, slavery in those parts never ended. And why do I say this? It was a culture shock for me. It was a culture shock. I seen Arabs running behind me, trying to get everything they could, and they were respectful and all of that. They were respectful, proper etiquette, was good decorum, and all of that. With me being a black man coming from America, they literally roll out the carpet, did everything, anything I wanted. They were there hand and foot. The Arabs, very respectful people. They respect what I believe, and I didn't get in the way of what they were dealing with, being that the majority of the country is predominantly Muslim. But this is what got under my skin, brothers and sisters. The one thing that sound an alarm off in my brain is when I seen real hand how they treated the Cushites and those from the Sudan. I couldn't believe it. They would run all up under me and be all subservient to me, which were the Arabs. But then I would see how they would raise their hand and black people would duck like this and all that and would run behind them and hold their suitcases, would carry behind them, would clean behind them. And what? And see, I was coming from a place as a culture shock where, right, skin folk is kinfolk. So that was a culture shock to see blacks treated like trash by these people. So I had to figure it out. So I waited until one of the Arabs left. The brother stood back. And I said, bruh, are you going to let them treat you like this or talk to you like this? What's wrong with you? And he was like, well, no, I don't want to make no trouble. I'm just trying to make a few dollars to get on my feet. Man, my heart dropped to my stomach, feeling so much anger, feeling so much pain, knowing what our people had to go through in chattel slavery, to see this in present day going on in the Middle East. And that same brother, on the dime every morning, 5 a.m, will drop down on his head and pray with the Arabs as if they were brothers. And brothers and sisters, the Most High had me go there. That was my wake-up call. That was my wake-up call. To see that they're readily serving the Arabs in these countries, and it's not just happening in Egypt. I'm like, you know what? We're different in America. And Esau knows it. He knows we're different. We're the minority. But hell, if you're not gonna subjugate us and not get pushed back real time. I don't care where you're from. And I'm sitting there hugging this brother saying, brother, don't ever let nobody talk to you like that around me, man. And when I said that to him, brothers and sisters, I could see courage building in him. Like he'd never been told this before. I like, brother, I don't care how they treat you if you're going to allow yourself to be subjugated by them. How they treat you in my absence. Don't you ever let them talk to you like that around me again. And I could see something building in him, courage that didn't exist. Folks, that's what they fear in Judah, with our people connecting to others on the other side of the earth. That's what they fear. Now imagine bringing that subjugated person who've been programmed to be a henchman for Arabs and white people and bring them here over to America holding immigration statuses over them and tell them it's their job to undermine the blacks in America. Imagine telling them this, that we're going to give you a better place to live outside of your destroyed dwellings. If only you will help us take down the black man in America. Folks, that's what's happening. You brothers and sisters from New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, California, Detroit, y'all going to be able to relate to what I'm talking about tonight. I was able to put a few things together traveling overseas, Africa, Egypt, that I couldn't understand coming up in North Philadelphia in the 90s and early 2000s. I never could understand these black people who would go to the mosque and be Muslims, who looked different than us, had no relation to us outside of living in the inner city. They were always lapdogs under Arabs. They had no relation to us. Not like the black Muslims, like the Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam, a lot of them came directly next door from us, joining that. But it was some Arabs, it was some black people that were Muslims who spoke different languages, who were lapdogs all the time under Arabs. And I could not put two and two together. Now that I look at it, you're talking about Somalis, you're talking about Sudanese, Kenyans, and it was like they were at the hip with Arabs, but had no relation whatsoever with us. Now, brothers and sisters, I'm going someplace with this. Stick with me. Now I understand. Before the so-called black and brown coalition that came predominantly during the time of Barack Obama, in order for the Arabs to get all of those nonprofit benefits that were only allotted to black people through the civil rights movement, they would bring black people from these other countries who were henchmen, who were subordinate, who were fearful of them into the United States to have a black face apply for all of our benefits, all of our loans to finance their businesses. It wasn't about assalamu alaikum. It was about bringing them over, using a business move with people who fed them over there, and bring them overseas and have them put African American on the applications so that they can apply for benefits that were only for us. And now Arabs who own alcohol venues or own barbershops now had access to what? A deep pool of millions that our forefathers bled for here in America using a black face. Now it all began to make sense once I traveled overseas. Because Arabs at that time couldn't apply for the loans that was only earmarked for black Americans who came out of slavery. So they said, since they want a black person, we'll go over to Sudan. We'll go over into Somalia. We'll go over into these different areas, and we'll bring a lot of black people over into our mosque and have them apply for all the money while the black people in America suffers. And not only that, now we have a dual enemy up against us. Not only are they people from somewhere used by the Arabs and the white man to subjugate our people, they're also bringing a satanic religion to undermine the strength of those who was able to fight against injustice using what? God and the Bible. Islam didn't get us through chattel slavery. Believing in Christ got us through. Believing in the Bible got us through. So when you come to look at the religions of Islam, they were always used to subjugate or enslave our people throughout history. And that would be the religion they would use to undermine us right after the civil rights. And I say this, brothers and sisters, I'm putting it out there. If you see representation of our people by other people, we are not to support it on any level. They're using the media to soil our image, using the other people. Here it is, our people trying to scramble and get ourselves together, knowing we're getting attacked, but not by who, and supporting what we think are our people. Well, folks, if anyone's confused concerning anything, guess what? They're going to understand tonight. A lot of people say, well, hold up. Well, Elder Ricard Shaw, what you're talking about, what you're teaching today, it's divisive. You know what? It need to be divisive. We need to separate ourselves. And guess what? What Christ taught was divisive. No longer are we going to allow other people to undermine and steal the integrity of what our forefathers fought for. While our children suffer, while our people suffer. It's time to divide. It's time to separate ourselves from Muslims, from the conscious community, and from anything outside of what's morally sound according to God's word. If it's not on code with God's law, we ought to what? Wash our hands of it, and that's including the people. We're going to have us a good broadcast tonight. It's time. It is time. I couldn't help. And thank you, Elder Oriai, for sending me this clip. And after this, I'm going to back up a few statements I made earlier in the broadcast. Thank you, Elder Oriai, for sending this clip. Live on the streets of Brooklyn, of the Bronx. Look at what's going on every morning in front of stores in the Bronx. Fair use.
Yep, I am. What happened? You want to ask me one second video?
Yeah.
Because I can't, because this is America.
I'm
That's
not
why.
saying don't take it.
Okay,
Why?
okay. I can't, because this is America.
But you cannot take us.
Who said?
Me.
What gives you special privilege?
You cannot take us.
Who said that to
You
you?
cannot do that.
Don't touch my phone.
No. Don't do that.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. This is fucking... I can't, because this is America.
But you cannot take us.
Who said?
Me.
What gives you special privilege?
You cannot take us.
Who said that to
You
you?
cannot do that.
Don't touch my phone. Happening right now in the Bronx.
Brothers and sisters, what are we witnessing here? On the streets. Now, I've seen this over in the Middle East while I travel in the Middle East. I've seen this before, where they praying on the streets and all that in front of their stores. But this is not allowed in America. You have mosques for this. Folks, you know what this is? They're making a proclamation to all those in the United States that they're taking over. This is a proclamation for war. And you notice the African guy looked at the brother and saying, hold up, don't be filming around here. That's how they are over there, folks. But what that brother don't know, he's messing with a different breed. But Esau know that they will bring that same undermining, scammy, henchman spirit that they have amongst their own people. And Esau knew that they would try to execute that same bullying amongst our people if given the opportunity. Esau knew this. Esau have trained these henchmen. I seen this over a decade ago with my own eyes. But guess what? They're very fearful of the white authority. Very fearful. They'll kill their own brother in a minute. But they're very fearful of white daddy. These are the people they've brought here to undermine our people. They're going to put them in mosques, spread them around separate countries. Because a lot of them aren't documented, if they need a minority representation, they can take these people, move them from city to city to sway elections in their favor or what have you. Under the guise of the black and brown coalition as minorities. Now you see why the Democrats are stomping for them? You can have what? Black ghosts. If they want to sway an election in Minnesota using black people, they can put these people on a plane or a boat, have them vote over there. Denver, Philadelphia, New York, they're already not in their homeland. So anywhere they can be utilized to be able to stay here in America and reap the benefits, they'll be used as a political weapon against us to give the demo nuts their particular outcomes. That's the political side of it. Are y'all following me here? Here's the controlled black opposition. And they are here to oppose the awakening of our God. The awakening of our people, God's people. Right? Now, I made a few proclamations earlier. Number one, Africa is not the Holy Land. You got some scammers, including that guy Hebrews to Negroes out there claiming that Africa is a homeland to grift the finances to himself with these scammy objectives. Africa is not the homeland. A matter of fact, I'm going to show you. Anybody tell you that Jerusalem is really in Africa, they are out of their minds. Common sense will tell you it's not in Africa. The tongue of the sea. Let's prove that right now real quick. Right? The tongue of the sea. Tongue of the sea. Let me get it. The tongue of the Egyptian sea. Let me show you all this. And like I said, they can only sell that garbage that Israel is truly in Africa. They can only sell that garbage to people in America who never went anywhere, who've never gone anywhere. You can go to any parts of Africa and they'll tell you, you got to be out of your mind. You got your maps upside down or something? They can only teach that garbage to people in America to try to grift money out of the American dollar because the American dollar goes a long way in Africa or different parts. That's another Nigerian scam. Okay? Here it is right now, the tongue of the Egyptian sea. This is geography right here. Right? Egypt is here. The Nile River is here. Egypt is North Africa. This is North Africa. The Red Sea is here. Okay? You got Saudi Arabia on this side. The Suez Canal overhead is the tongue of the sea. And this is North Africa. Israel is at the peak of North Africa under the modern day geography. Parts of North Africa, Canaan, which later was named what? Israel. But when you look at the rest of Africa going southward, that would be deemed the wilderness, where a lot of our people, Israelites, ran into Africa in 70 AD, running from Roman persecution. So if anybody tell you that Israel is in South Africa, guess what? I have a river called the Schuylkill. Give me $30 for it and it's yours. All right? $30. There's a big river flowing right down there where the Ben Franklin is, down there near 30th Street. You can see it right over there. You can go see it yourself. A great body of water. Give me $30, you can have it. That's along the same ways, but that's cheaper than these grifters over in Africa trying to sell you the Holy Land. They're grifting you. And guess what? Anybody want to come on to my broadcast and try to prove that Africa is the Holy Land? Guess what? It'll take me all but 5 minutes to wipe the whole thing, to wipe the whole area over here with your garbage. I got the maps ready. I got the scriptures ready. So anybody want to come and try to claim that Israel is in Africa, a Nigerian scam, I'll give you 5 minutes to prove it, and without disrupting you. And it'll take me 3 minutes to disprove you. Okay, it'll take less than 10 minutes, and guess what? The whole African grift will be done in less than 10 minutes. So anybody out there, y'all can clip this. I got maps. I have maps. I got scriptures. It'll take me nothing but 5 minutes. I tried to reach out to a guy who tried to peddle that garbage to me about a month ago. And you know what? He disappeared. He don't want to talk to me. I'm waiting. I got it all set up on my computer ready. If somebody came to y'all with an African grift, Israel is not in Africa, folks. That's a lie. They're grifting you. A Nigerian scam. Now, getting back on task because I got so much to unpack right now. I made a statement. The first statement I made, one of the last statements I made, that Jerusalem is not in Africa, that Africa is not the homeland. Well, let's go to your Bible. Let's go to the Bible. Right? And another thing, I got a whole archaeology book with nothing but archaeological findings from the Holy Land throughout the whole book to prove geography of where our people were before the fall in 70 AD. I am not an African. Okay? Zero African. Now, what they tried to do, I'm speaking of Esau, he tried to fuel the grift with archaeology and science, claiming they found the oldest bones in Africa. Right? And all of the conscious community went crazy, went bat crap and say, hey, here's proof, the original man. Well, why didn't you go into the research of the same guy who said, hold up, we found some older bones than those in Africa, in Europe and Asia? You notice the conscious community said nothing about the older findings that were older than the bones they found in Africa? Why? See, Esau grifted them. Since you didn't want to stake claim to Israel, they gave you some bones so to fuel your lies, so that you'll be looking in Africa and not paying attention to the land that they went into, claiming to be God's people. But then Esau came out with, the same scientists, came out with older bones that were found in Europe and Asia Minor, in Eastern Europe, older than the bones they found in Africa. So are you going to tell me that the white man is the original man now? Now, everything I'm mentioning, folks, we showed the proof in our academies years ago of the archaeology that outdates, that's older bones compared to the bones they claim of the original man found in Africa. Then now the white man said, is no, we found the bones where the white people are, so we must be the original man. And guess what? The conscious community are silent on that finding. Right? Brothers and sisters, are we in for a seriously information-packed broadcast tonight? Edom'S Hametic Henchmen. Right? So let's start off in the Bible. Let's start off here in the Bible now. Here we go. Let's go. Let's start off with Galatians. In the book of Galatians 4:26. In the New Testament, coming out of the Bible, Galatians 4:26. But Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of us all. Africa is not the mother of us all. Jerusalem is the mother of us all. See? Jerusalem. That's the land. That's the fertile ground. That was the area the Most High shaped the first man out of that soil. Adam. So yes, it's not the complete area, but the place that the white people, the Edomites, went into in 1948 is part of the original Israel territory that was promised to Abraham. Even though it's only a small portion of it. Where the white people are claiming to be Jews in Jerusalem today, it is a piece of the original land that was promised, not all of it. They're going to war to try to get the rest of it, even going into parts of Egypt, the tongue of Egypt. Going into parts of Egypt, all of that was a part of the original land. Even in parts of the Middle East on the outside, going up into different parts of Ethiopia was originally given to the God's people. Okay? So again, Jerusalem is the heart of God's homeland, of our homeland, not Africa. Jerusalem is the mother of us all. Right? Now, some people might ask, well, how is it that the modern day Jews, a lot of them are in academia, they're scholars, they're part of the theologian setup here in the Western world, right? Why would they feed the narrative that blacks are Africans? Well, we have to understand their ideology going back even into ancient times concerning who we call today Africans. They want us to say we're Africans because by saying so, we agree historically to what? To be willing slaves of the white man. That's what being African means to them. See? That's what Africa means to them. So you notice if we say that I'm from the tribe of Judah, I'm a Judite, the retort is, no, man, you from Africa. You're African. Now, that's a modern day argument that wasn't an argument before. You got people now, and I respect how they're using the term stating foundational Black American. Hold up, you're not foundational Black American. You're African. They're going to skip right over our people being called Negro and freedmen in America. Well before there was any term of African American. We were freedmen. We were Negro. So why is it they want us to stake claim to this term African? I know why. It's exactly what I seen when I traveled over into Egypt. How the Africans who were subjugated by the Arabs, guess what? They've conditioned themselves to accept being servants to Arabs and white people. This is why they want to what? Put the stigma of Africa on us. Because the Africans in these other areas have already agreed to stay subjugated to the Arabs. They're defeated. Stick with me here. So, did we go into Africa? Absolutely. How did we get into Africa? Well, let's go to the Bible. Let's go to the Bible. Now, are there morally sound, on-code people, our people, who are in Africa? Absolutely. But that's not speaking for the majority. The majority are compromised. The majority are broken. Right? So the Bible dispels this Africa thing of that being the motherland. Now, if someone come and say they found bones in Africa to prove that the archaeology has proved that we're the original man, I'm going to show you that same scientists came with bones that were found in Europe that predates, that's older than the bones that they claim they found of the original man in Africa. Now what? Right? When you go to the book of Luke, Christ tips us off here. And hit that like button. Please help me out. When you go to the book of Luke, some people don't even know that Christ spoke about slavery. Even Christ spoke about slavery. Huh? Absolutely. Let's get here. When you go to the book of Luke 21, and start about 19. Even you Christians, if you have New Testaments, Bibles, follow us here. Tell me who you think this is. Huh? Luke 21 and 19. In your patience possess ye your souls. 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee into the mountains. And let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and not let them that are in the countries enter therein. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. So what is this desolation Christ is prophesying? But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there should be a great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. What people? The Judites, the Benjamites, and the Levites who were still living in the southern kingdom during the time of Christ. The Jews, not by religion, not the Sanhedrin Jews, but the Israelite Jews from the tribe of Israel Christ is speaking of here. 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive, that's slaves, into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So who went into captivity? The Israelites coming what? That's right. Fleeing the sword of the Roman Empire. Christ prophesied this in 70 AD. What did we do? Those who took heed of Christ's prophecies fled into the mountains and different parts of the earth on the outside of Jerusalem, including Africa. So we didn't begin in Africa, the landmass we call Africa today. We fled into Africa according to this prophecy, until the Most High would begin at the very end of time, which is what? The times of the Gentiles. Up until the time the Most High will begin to do what? Awaken the same bloodline of our forefathers that fell in 70 AD. We're living the fulfillment of this awakening. So Esau, he'll always fund African American studies because it leads us into a hole to nowhere. What good, listen to me clearly, and this is not insulting, it's just the truth. What good has Africa done for themselves when it comes to competing on a global scale? What good have they done for themselves living in Africa? And if they could not defeat the the colonizers, the imperialists, being the majority in number in Africa, how can we use an African ideology to free ourselves? I need y'all to think about that for a second. There's more of us in Africa than are here. And if the ideology of Africa cannot free Africans, how can we use that as an ideology to free our people? Think about it. They're jumping ship to come up next to us. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. But we're going to put it out like it is. So any bastion of freedom that they could receive or hope was not given to them by the white man. It was given through Judah and the Israelites fighting over here, being the minority against our oppressors. And you know why we had to win those wars? It's called survival. That's right, folks. It was self-preservation, being the minority, that had us what? Cleave to one another for the sake of surviving one generation to the next, out of the churches, being segregated, helping one another, knowing who the enemy was. And through that, guess what? We sustained a power that began to resonate throughout this earth, even into Africa, as a beacon of hope. The white man didn't give us anything. We fought for everything we received on this land, with this land being ours. What do I mean, this land being ours? Well, it was prophesied that the Most High would raise us in the same land we were scattered. We were thrown for dead, sold into captivity, as it was written in Deuteronomy 28. It wasn't just some white man enslaving us. This was politics. Those who would rebel against the Vatican's injustice in Africa were deemed as what? Political enemies of the state, and was shipped off and left for dead to the Americas. The rebels, the spirits of the rebels, were enslaved. Those who just wasn't going to lay down for the white man over in Africa. And because we was going to stand and fight, the chiefs and all of that for an exchange of coins and ointment shipped off their own brothers and sisters into a land, never expecting to see us again. But guess who went in those belly of the ships with us? God's Spirit. God's Spirit created a level of fight that most wouldn't understand existed, because we had to rally together, being the minority against the others. Stick with me now. Stick with me. So I'm laying the whole thing out for you. One second. I'm laying the whole thing out for you. One second, I'm bringing the chat back up. So when we talk about slavery, we have to put it in its proper context. Because it seems like the world powers, the enemy, has gone overboard and financed an ideology, have financed politically a push to Africanize us when we're not Africans. We're Israelites. How do you know that? We're going to lay it out for you right here. Christ prophesied our people falling by the edge of the sword. Why? Because our forefathers broke the law. When you go into Deuteronomy, and this is why Christians don't like reading the Old Testament. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Now I'm going to tell you in a couple of minutes why they want us Africanized. One moment. When you go into the Bible, Deuteronomy 28, the Most High promised Moses that if it shall come to pass, if thou wilt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all the commandments that's being on code with God and each other according to a law, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all the nations of the earth. But if Israelites broke the law, now this is not a religion, this is real time. God's chosen people telling his people, I've saved you out of Egypt. If you listen to me and not follow the pagan religions of Egypt, I will put you above all people. You'll be my people, the representation of God, the moral compass for the earth, is what God told the Israelites. Right? But then in the 15th verse, here's the agreement. Hold on. Here's the agreement now. 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not listen, will not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Now, this isn't hocus pocus, folks. Whereas you didn't listen to me, boom, here's some magic, here's the curses. No. The curses the Most High is talking about here is you're going to fall under the same heathenism that's known amongst the nations round about you. These are the things they do to one another. That's the curse. Without God's protection, I'm going to throw you to these heathens and they're going to treat you like they treat each other. These lawless people who sell their own children, who sacrifice their children, who deal with homosexuality. They're dysfunctional. They separate families. They are crazy. So when you hear about these curses, folks, it's not hocus pocus. Without God's protection, he's only going to allow the Gentiles to do what they've come accustomed to doing to one another. We were protected with God's law. So when you read God's law, it gives you a code. And usually that code is the exact opposite of the Gentile civilizations. So without God's protection, guess what? The Gentiles are going to treat you like they've been treating each other. When you talk about human trafficking, folks, the Gentiles always had human trafficking. They've always sold people and did all those things. But God protected us. See? So let's see what will happen. The greatest curse in world history since age immemorial, the greatest curse. Hold on. Deuteronomy. Hold on. Deuteronomy 28 and 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt. Egypt means bondage. Again with ships. Slave ships, folks. Hence the reason on your dollar bill you have what? The Great Pyramid. They're telling you the whole time that they're going to build a new society using the same people that built Egypt. See? During its prominent era, on the dollar bill they were showing, we're going to use the same people to build the modern Egypt. The Israelites. I will bring thee into Egypt again with ships. By the way, where have I spoken unto thee? Thou shalt see it no more again. And there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. And no man shall buy thee. We were sold in to modern day Egypt, which is now named America. Same people. We got Judah, predominantly here in the Americas. We got Levi in the Isles of Haiti. And we have what? Benjamin in the West Indies, predominantly. You have a large number of Judites who went into Brazil. Right? Now, I mentioned that this land is our land, even though it's colonized and or conquered. Well, how can I say it was our land? Well, in 721, it was prophesied that the 10 tribes would come over into Ozarth, a new land where never mankind traveled. These were the people Esau found here when they landed here. It was a land promised to our people. So when we came, we connected with our people who were already here from the lost tribes of Israel. Even when we escaped slavery. That's right, folks. And went down there in the swamps of Florida. When it came to the Seminoles, the Seminole Wars, and all that. That was Israel linking in with some of the 10 tribes that were already here to fight Esau. That is what led to the Emancipation Proclamation, with us joining our brothers here in the Americas. So what did they do? Folks, they made sure they declared us free in fear of what would happen if we were to come together back then at that time, fighting against the progressive Europe who was trying to now colonize America more, or unite America into a progressive country to be used for the world. We were slowing it up as the Israelites. It was the Israelites who was freeing people, burning plantations down, going into the swamps with our brothers, the Indians, Seminoles, and all of that, giving Esau hell. See, and I'm talking about history, folks, that they don't want us to teach in our schools. That's why they come up with this garbage, African-American study garbage that leads to nowhere. They don't want anything taught that they can deem would lead to rebellion. slave ships. So how do I know this land is our land? Well, when you go into the Apocrypha, 2nd Esdras 13 and 39. It reads, in your Apocrypha, you can follow us, 2nd Esdras 13, verse 39. And whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him. Speaking of Christ. Those are the 10 tribes which are carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanasseh, the king of Assyria, led away captive. He carried them over the waters, and came they into another land. That's the new world written of in the Apocrypha. Huh? I have one right here. Let me see if I can grab one. See if I can grab, I got about 30 of them here. I probably sign one of these tonight and send this out to somebody. I have a bunch of them. I'm going to pick one of you in the chat today. I'm going to pick one of you brothers and sisters in the chat today and send one out to you. It's in the Apocrypha. 2nd Esdras 13 gives what? It gives a scriptural direction of how the tribes got here to the Americas thousands of years before the white man came here. The original indigenous North American Indians, Mexicans, and all that were all black people. All of them. All of them. Before Esau started coming in and bringing in foreigners. 13 verse 39. And whereas he saw that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him, those are the 10 tribes of Israel, which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, who Salmanasseh, the king of Assyria, led away captive. He carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land, the new world. That's why Esau don't want you reading the Apocrypha. They'll tell you the Apocrypha isn't spiritually inspired, that Christ isn't spoken of in the Apocrypha. They're bold-faced liars. Christ is spoken of all through the book. Listen to this. 1 second. Now listen to this. But they took this counsel amongst themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. The new world, folks. That they, listen to this, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. That's right, folks. The Israelites were following the commandments here. We're on code here. When our people started going off with heathenistic practices like the Aztecs, sacrificing their children and doing all that evil, the Most High began to send the enemy, the heathen, over here as was prophesied, as quick as the eagle flieth. So there's a common thread here. When we're following God, we prosper. When we begin to go off and harm one another, then there's an intervention with foreigners against us. That's the common thread throughout history. How did they get over here to the Americas? It says, and they entered into the Euphrates, around Africa, by the narrow passages of the river, for the Most High showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. And the same region is called Arsareth. This happened, we landed in America 718 BC. Over what? 700 years before Christ was born, we had tribes of Israel, the lost tribes, already here in the Americas. This have nothing to do with Africa. So we have people try to claim, well, if there were black people here in America, they must have came from Africa. And wrong answer. Another lie. They didn't come from Africa thousands of years before now. They traveled through Africa, the Euphrates, got on the waters, and began to drop off brothers and sisters according to tribes into specific locations given them by our God, including North, Central, and South America. So this killed that out of Africa theory. The only reason Esau allowed us to promote this is what? Because according to Esau's ideology, and I'm going to prove it in a couple of seconds, of what they think about Africans according to their religion. The ideology of Africa is what? An agreeable service class to them have always been the ideology of the white man. That's what Africa means to them according to the ideology. An agreeable working class who agrees to be subservient, subordinate to Esau. If you don't believe that, hold tight and I'm going to prove it. One moment. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Okay. Jumping right in, brothers and sisters, follow me. Zondervan Bible Dictionary. So, brothers and sisters, so when we came over from the slave ships, according to Deuteronomy 28, we came here on the slave ships. These were not Africans. It's ridiculous calling people Africans when you're dealing with a continent made out of 54 countries with different ethnicities, including Arabs. I need y'all to think about that, folks. So they playing on our ignorance when they say Africans. When they know Africa is made out of so many nations you can't even count. But they only try to press Africa upon us. You can have an Arab African come over here right now who've spent thousands of years in Africa, but yet he's not called Africa once he get off the plane here in America. It's utterly ridiculous. The only people they put Africa on are us, and that's intentional. All right? America was the middle passage between our homeland, Jerusalem, and our slave land, which became America. It's the middle passage. We didn't start there, and we aren't going to end there. A matter of fact, the Africans are going to have to flee from that area soon during the war. Zondervan Bible Dictionary. So when we came over into the Americas, and not only that, all of us weren't enslaved over here. A lot of us were already here from the Indian tribes, like the Gadites. But those of our forefathers who did come over, I have ancestry going straight to the slave ships on my father's side. Okay? So we met our brothers over here, and we all knew we were Israelites, folks. We knew. And that's why I state that this was a land that was promised to us by our forefathers that was stolen by the conquerors. And I stand on that. Okay? There was a time where Esau, according to their own dates, there was a time that they weren't in this land while our forefathers lived here. I need y'all to think about that. Before the 1500s, it was only our people over here. Before the 1400s and them selling over here in the 15th century. Which means it's our land. But how could they trick us out of believing it? They can trick us out of believing it, folks, by having us believe we're from Africa. Right? Let's go here. Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Bear with me. We going to class tonight. Can we go to class here? It's been a long time since we just broke something down. Bring some scholarship up in here tonight. Right? Bring some scholarship up in here. I'm going to take a picture of this and put it on your screen. Right? Bear with me. Bear with me. All right. All right. I'm gonna bring a few passages from the Zondervan Bible Dictionary first, if you will. All right. Bear with me. We're going to go into this African thing today, so we're going to set the record straight. Right? All due respect. Right? Right here. Right there. All right. All right, brothers and sisters, out of your Bible dictionary, the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. I just took a picture of this, right? I've just taken a picture of this here, right out of the book. Ham, right here, down here. Right here, down here in your Bible dictionary. Ham, the youngest son of Noah. The youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before Noah's flood. One of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes. Not the Negroes. So Zondervan must have known that there's a difference between continental northern Africans and the blacks who were brought over here on slave ships. None of the Bill of Sales, brothers and sisters, said Africans on the Bill of Sales. Negroes was the term for our forefathers who were brought here. So obviously they knew even back then that the Negroes were different people. So who are the Africans? Egyptians, North Africans. Ethiopians, North Africans. Libyans, North Africans. And Canaanites, North Africans. See that? So usually when you see those that look like Manute Bol, the tall, skinny ones with the big heads and the weird eyes and all of that, those are remnants of Canaanites. Esau, the white man, is part Canaanite from the leprous Canaanites he procreated with at Mount Seir. The white man is more African than we are through bloodline. The white man, if you want to talk about bloodline linked to Africa, you can see in Genesis 36 where Esau linked his bloodline with the leprous family amongst the Canaanites. They are more African than we are. Right? We're going to school tonight. Right? Now, since we're here, follow me now. Follow me. We're going to, if you will, we're going to shed a light on the Cushites in particular, based on our expose tonight on Africans who have infiltrated our people here, used by the Democrats. Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Cush. Here's Cush right here. The oldest son of Ham. One of the 3 sons of Noah. Among the descendants were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Raamah, and Sabteca. They were mostly located in Arabia. You notice how when the Muslims come over, they bring Cushite Africans with them as their servants. But we think these are regular black people, not knowing they are an entirely different family used to undermine and supplant us. Right? But the word, listen to this, but the word son probably means descendants. So we know that it comes down to what? Listen to this. Cush. The country, the name of the territory through which Gihon flowed, Ethiopia. Ethiopia was one of the what? One of the families out of Cush. Ethiopia, right? And then it says it's to indicate Cush as African, the latter as Asian. So Cushites were deemed Africans. Now, according to the Bible, this is what Esau knows, folks. He knows that we're a different family from Barack Obama. He knows this. The Somalians are Cushites. They know we are a different family. They're Cushites. And I'm going to show you how dangerous it is for us, or was for us, to accept these people that didn't grow up around our people and were never a part of the struggle we had here. Esau understood there was too much fight in Judah and that we would never capitulate to their political homology, their imperialistic destruction. They knew that we would always call them out for the evildoers they've become on the whole earth. They knew this. So they knew that they couldn't get anyone from amongst our people to undermine us politically. So they went overseas and, believe it or not, adopted and raised the usurpers that they would use as representation for us. Knowing that these people had a disdain for us. Right? So now it's time to clear it up, right? Because some of them look close to us in phenotype. Some of them do. And that's what Esau, the Vatican, Rome, that's what they banked on, brothers and sisters. I need y'all to follow me. I got a lot of clips to show, a lot of things to roll out, but I'm setting it up. Right? Let's go to the book of Amos. Let's go down here to the book of Amos. Follow me. The book of Amos, in the Old Testament, the 9th chapter. The 9th chapter. Right? Right here. All right. Go to your Bibles. Hit that like button. It's about to get good now. Amos 9:7 reads, "Are ye not as the children of Ethiopians unto me? O children of Israel, saith the Lord. Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and Philistines from Catfor, and Syrians from Ker?" So what does that mean? Are ye not as the children of Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? Why does it say this, folks? Because in phenotype, Ethiopians look close to the children of Judah. In phenotype, we're close. So the question is, how could Esau use that as a Trojan horse to destroy a people who have always defied him in the Western world? How could he use that similarity to another race of people to usurp us? By not educating our people here in America that we are a different black family. We have nothing to do with Ham. They know this, but they never told the children of slaves here. They said, we're going to use the similar phenotype of the Ethiopians to throw shade and negativity on God's people. Let me give you an example of that. Just one small example, if you will. One small example. Check this out. Fair use. How many of you remember this? How many of you brothers and sisters remember this? Fair use.
Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second half hour of The Factor Uncensored. A lot of hot topics to get to tonight. We begin with a rejection that took a dangerous turn. A Houston woman is recovering after she says a man hit her in the head, in the face, with a brick. Robache says he attacked her after she refused to give him her cell phone number. All while a crowd of men stood there watching.
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men. It was like, what are you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why is this man got a brick on my face?
According to her social media, this happened over the weekend. We reached out to HPD for some information and have yet to hear back. Joining us now to talk about it, public relations specialist Bridget Holden.
Now, brothers and sisters, now look at how politically this is going to be framed as a backlash against black Judite men here in America who had nothing to do with any of this. When now even our own women will look at us as if we are perpetrators. That woman, brothers and sisters, is a Cushite from Somalia. Her family immigrated here. Now, sisters on the panel are from where we are. These are Judite women who automatically is going to come, what? In defense of the black woman, not knowing that that sister is not like them. All skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Latoya Lemon, along with pastor and journalist Dr. Ruth Olson. Glad to all have you here on the Fact Rooms. When you guys see this, and number one, she's saying there were a group of men standing around, probably on their damn cell phones, looking to get the shot.
And look at this simp, all fired up. All fired up in the moment. And that's why, folks, you don't see me initially react to a lot of these things. I understand if the media is putting something out there, it's to throw negative on our people, understanding our power. Knowing that they want to keep us what? Off balance, on defense, and not on the offense. Not exposing the wickedness. So now this super simpleton is going to try to fire these women up against the Judite man.
You guys see this. And public relations specialist Bridget Holden, Latoya Lemon, along with pastor and journalist Dr. Ruth Olson. Glad to all have you here on the Fact Rooms. When you guys see this, and number one, she's saying there were a group of men standing around, probably on their damn cell phones, looking to get the shot instead of trying to protect a woman. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I feel like black women are not being protected.
I feel that black women are not being protected. A direct indictment on our brothers here. And let me tell y'all, folks, when these Somalis and all these get together, they get together under their own hubs. So if she was hitting her head, it would have been by another Somali. And now they're going to do what? Start laying it on the black man here. As if we're not dealing with enough, fighting for everybody. Right? And then all of a sudden, a few months ago, no one apologized for this, folks. A few months ago, a month ago, this comes out.
We begin with some late breaking news. Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle joining us live from the newsroom now with what's going on here. Sherman.
Yeah, so there's a few top stories that we're looking at. GoFundMe schemers found guilty tonight. Car crashes into a vet clinic in Montgomery County and fire scorches land in Galveston Island. That's some of the top stories tonight. Let's start with that GoFundMe scheme story. Remember Rhoda Osman? We talked about her a few times for the last couple of years. In 2023, she was known as the Brick Lady online. She made claims that a man threw a brick at her head outside of a bar in West Houston because she didn't give him her phone number. Well, she went on to collect $42,000 through a GoFundMe campaign she started after that.
Scam. Came over with an African scam. Financed herself off of sympathy that shouldn't be garnered to her. And at the same time blaming black men for not protecting black women. I need y'all to look at this, folks. Scammers. And then once they create a scam, automatically the government is going to file this under what? Black crime. Our sons, our daughters must now what? Deal with the political blowback that comes with law enforcement based on these people who are brought here to undermine us, who aren't even us. Here is Esau's strategic plan. Now, this falls under black crime now.
Well, a Harris County jury found her guilty of theft. She has to spend 90 days in jail, 10 years probation. She has to pay restitution, 10 years of no social media, which is big for her brand.
Now, look what else she did, folks. For the first time, the judicial system can now what? Can bar someone from using social media for 10 years, which sets a precedent. Not for Somalis, but for our people who's living here who had nothing to do with this. Now that this is what? In law, it sets a legal precedent. For whatever reason, the government can restrict someone whom they deem, for whatever reason, a threat, and restrict their access to the internet for 10 years because of this. You think they didn't want to put that law into place? Now, they're able to. And no one will realize that they were able to set this precedent against our people and bar you from being able to be on the internet operating, using the others. Y'all see this?
All right, so let's go to the second story. In Montgomery County, a crazy car crash into a vet clinic. This was at the My Family Vet in Woodforest. Some fire crews got there, and they found one SUV.
No, we ain't dealing with that. But I just wanted to show you, folks. This story was a blip on the screen without apologies or nothing, using a different race of people. So our people, we have to get off this black stuff and we have to start asking questions. Who are you and where did you come from and what do you want from us? Right? Now, check this out. Now, why does Esau, why does he choose the Cushites as his Hamite of choice to use politically against us? Why are Cushites used? Well, it's according to Judaism. It's an ideology within Judaism that Ethiopians were born to be slaves as goy for them. Right? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you why Ethiopians, Cushites, are the blacks of choice to be used by them. Number one, in phenotype, he can hide them amongst us to circumvent us. See? He can get them from Arab countries where they're already defeated, serving Arabs, to come over politically into America to do what? To stunt any political or religious uprisings that would naturally happen amongst the grassroots Israelites who are here. It's a part of their religion. You want to see it? Well, check this out. In the Sanhedrin, Babylonian Talmud, I'm going to show you it in a moment. The Babylonian Talmud, this is what the rabbis teach. Our rabbis taught the three copulated in the ark, Noah's ark, and they were all punished. The dog, the raven, and Ham. The dog was doomed to be tied. The raven expectorates his seed into his mate's mouth. And Ham was smitten in his skin. The footnote for this particular passage states following: from the descendant Cush, the Negro who is black-skinned. Right? Now, so according to the Babylonian Talmud, which is what? The reference book for all of Judaism, what white Jews follow, they see Cushites as the cursed seed of Ham. Hence the reason those in America are being taught that we're Africans, because it links back to us being what? Inherently slaves to the Jews. Agreeable slaves, appreciative slaves, according to their doctrine. Right? So they'll come over here and say, hey, what y'all blacks are complaining about? Y'all got paradise. Y'all got welfare. Y'all got this. How many of your forefathers died for you to have welfare? Your blood isn't in this soil. We haven't gotten reparations. So you're going to come over here from nowhere thinking that it's a handout or a privilege to get welfare or to get food stamps when we built this stinking country? But they'll come here with their nose in the air, side with the enemy, to claim that the blacks in America are unappreciative. This is why Esau uses Cush. Right? So there's more. Of course there's more. Let me show you. Right? The Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Sanhedrin 108a, right? Right in your face. We're going to school tonight. It says right here on their site, under their Sanhedrin, that what? From him descended Cush, the Negro who is black-skinned. Now, if you're Cush or if you're Ethiopian, you're from Cush. Parts of Kenya, Cushites. Somalia, Cushites, Hamites. We have nothing bloodline to do with these people. They are not Israelites. But if Esau can use them under the black and brown coalition, he can sneak them in to undermine and destroy our people without us even recognizing they are not like us. They'll do anything Esau or the Arabs tell them to do to us, because that's what they're used to getting done by these other people in the countries they come from. Now, let's talk about it. What is the biblical scripture? Where's the Bible? Let's get the Bible real quick. The scripture that justify Esau treating Ethiopians and Cushites as servants. Well, I'm going into the Old Testament, Isaiah, the 45th chapter. Hit that like button for me. I'm going into Isaiah, the 45th chapter. Right? Now look at what it says here. And this is the scripture under Judaism where Esau used this, the white people, Jews, they use this to justify using Cushites, Africans, as servants. Let's read it. Thus saith the Lord, the labor of Egypt and merchandise of Ethiopia and the Sabians, men of stature, shall come over to thee and shall be thine, and they shall come after thee in chains, that they shall come over, and they shall fall down unto thee, and they shall make supplication unto thee, saying, surely God is in thee, and there is none else, there is no God. Well, folks, under Judaism, they use this scripture to justify Ethiopian servants over in the modern Israel today. When they took all those Africans into United Emirates and to Dubai working for nothing, well, this is their self-fulfillment of that scripture. They think in their minds that it's justifiable treating the Ethiopians, Cushites, as slaves in chains. See? So if they got a slave over there in the Arab country, they'll bring one of their slaves under Islam with them and use that black face to get minority benefits and loans to set up Arab businesses. Till this day, they've been using a black face that have nothing to do with us. Cushites. Huh? Edom'S Hametic henchmen have been used as a Trojan horse against God's people. See this? Hope you all see this. All right? I want y'all to see this now. Right? So no wonder we're witnessing this over in the Bronx every morning now, where they're bringing over blacks who are controlled by Arabs to circumvent our people. Folks, you're going to see a lot of crimes all throughout the world, all throughout the United States, blamed on black people here in America. They're using this as a proxy to come against our people, folks. The Arabs are bringing them over, and guess what? You got it. Esau is bringing them over. Now, before I go there, one other thing I want to show. One other thing I want to show real quick. If I have it here, one moment. I wanted to show this. Isaiah 45:14 states that the Cushites are justifiable slaves in chains for them. And they use this to bring Ethiopians over into Israel to serve white people who aren't from Judah, Benjamin, or Levi. They're not from none of the tribes. But they'll use the scripture for their advantage. And this is why when we talk about black Jews, white people, or white Jews in particular, will automatically go to Ethiopians. Oh yeah, there's Ethiopian Jews. Wink, wink. Knowing according to their ideologies, Ethiopians are no different than dogs to them according to their doctrine. And they was born to serve them according to their doctrine. That's why they keep saying Ethiopians. Not that they respect Ethiopians equally, because any Ethiopian come over there, they must, like a dog, agree with their masters. See? It's in the Sanhedrin. It's in the Sanhedrin that Cush is no different than a raven, a black raven. See? Straight out. A black raven. No different. Or a black dog. They're meant to serve us. What does a raven do? A raven sends messages. See? So they'll hire one from Africa to set up what? You got it. Hit pieces like world star hip hop and all of that against us. Because ravens send messages. So all the negative messages you see, love and hip hop, world star hip hop, all of that is set up by those in other countries to give us a negative image throughout the world. None of our people set any of that up, folks, here in Judites. Love and hip hop, world star, all that crap comes from those they brought over here who were paid like ravens to send out a negative message. So they see Ethiopians, Hamites, Africans as ravens. They always dealing with rumor, lying, undermining, scamming. And dogs. What's a dog? Well, a dog does his master's bidding as long as you feed it. As long as you feed it. Right? So we know, according to the Sanhedrin, according to the Talmud, that the Europeans believed that Ethiopians, Cushites, were meant to serve them. So this is why they gave Ethiopians Jewish status, so that they'll have a built-in service class once they went over into Israel in 1948, a built-in service class. And what were they doing with those Ethiopian Jews coming into the new land of Israel? Well, according to the National Library of Medicine, Ethiopian immigrants in Israel received contraceptive shots without their consent, folks. Just serve. We're not going to allow you to overpopulate the Edomite population. Trends of abortion rates among young Ethiopian immigrants in Israel, aged 16 through 24. And yes, they'll also utilize their young girls to be bedfellows for visitors. But I'm not going to talk about that tonight. But if they do that in this country, all of that negative is pawned off on our sisters. And no one asks where these people come from. All this looseness, all this HIV spreading, all this evil where they're putting all of these demographics and all of these statistics on our people. Wake up, folks. So what are the Arabs doing here with these black men?
Yep, I am.
Keep in mind, folks, any crime these people commit will be placed on our people within the criminal annals. They're going to automatically use this to blame our people, bringing these subservient, agreeable servants from the Middle East, from Africa into America. Now you see why they wanted to push Islam on our people? You're looking at the new jihadist, that they're now going to use this as a proxy to come against those of Judah here, who is responsible for the awakening, waking the 12 tribes up throughout the earth. They're going to use this as the new religious extremists as a proxy to come against us. The Black and Brown Coalition.
You want to ask me why I'm taking video? Yeah.
They doing this on the streets in America today, folks.
I can't, because this is America.
I'm not saying don't take it.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. I can't, because this is America.
But you cannot take us.
Who said?
Me.
What gives you special privilege?
You cannot take us.
Who said that?
You cannot do that.
Okay.
Hostility. Just like the Prophet Muhammad. Hostility against the Jews, the Israelites, who killed over 600 of our people for not bowing to Islam at Medina. See it? Check this out. Fair use.
Have you seen that viral video of a Chinese national beating the hell out of a Kenyan man in Kenya? Shocking. The video has gone viral. Everybody's talking about it. People are angry. And in Zambia, you find schools where they speak Chinese, okay? Manager and lose your job for it. It's not correct. There's absolutely nothing, for whatever reason it is.
Look at that. Over in Africa, kicking people. Chinese people are going over there kicking our brothers in Kenya. Now, and I'm going to tell you why this is a shame, folks. The Chinese people, the other people who go there, they know they can do this and get away with it. And they'll take defeated people who would allow Chinese people to subjugate them and harm them. They'll bring those over here to undermine us while resenting us as a people. Now, this man would have retaliated immediately if it was one of us. That's the mentality of the people they're bringing here.
It's not correct. There's absolutely nothing that justifies such action.
Huh? These are the people they're bringing in amongst us. But hold up. Trump has something to say. He's quoted Somali's Ilhan Omar, who's an Arab, not just an Arab. She's not an Arab. She's a Cushite Muslim. Well, Trump called her garbage. Okay? Let's see what Trump is saying here. Fair use.
I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him, okay? There's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that's. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
I watched that first strike live. As you
Now, that was from the mouth of Trump, right? But the other side years ago let all these people in. For what? Right? Now, that's his stance. That's how he feels. That's his problem. And you know what? There's no one here that's going to come to the defense of the Somalis based on what Trump is saying. It's not that we agree with him calling someone trash or whatever the case is, but it's none of our business. What we do know is that according to their religion, they've always thought this way. Somalians always knew they thought this way and have agreed to become servants for them. So since Somalis isn't going to say anything about it, why should we? Right? The Somalis and Trump, they can have it out. With Bennett, we're not in it. A matter of fact, I'm glad someone is pointing out some of the scamming that's been quietly placed on our people for decades. For decades, all of this criminality have been put on the laps of our people here. And this is why the Most High is allowing us to see all of what we're witnessing so that our people can get back on code. If we're on code with one another, it's easy to see who the scammers are. It's easy to see those who are not here for our interest. We're going to have to start vetting everyone. And that's what I'm so glad we got the 10 Commandments. We got the Bible, even bringing the 12 tribes back together again. Each tribe come back, but they're coming back within what? Within a structure of laws that was lost by our forefathers, to be on code with one another. These people come from other places, and they seek to be on code with the enemy who have destroyed our people. They're even more dangerous than the white man. Why? Because they assimilate themselves amongst us, which makes them dangerous. Any negative that comes from these people are automatically placed on our laps, and they know it. They can do all level of criminality without consequences because the government is going to blame our people for everything they do. And they know it. They gain all the benefits that's connected to the struggles from our forefathers without any consequences for their criminality. Well, that's the way it used to be. Something is shifting. Daily Mail. The Somali fraud ring that turned money for hungry children into luxury empires, and why Tim Walz and the Democrats look the other way for an unfathomable reason. Now, check this out, folks. People come over from Somalia, go into Minnesota. Automatically, the Democrats, LGBTQ, and those that are over all the social programs take them to the DMV and take them to the welfare office. First week. Food, housing, everything. Food, money, and housing they get almost immediately. 88% of their population comes over here to get on welfare. And all of the benefits they get is under the minority umbrella, which is money that should have been for your children, children of slaves. So now that they've exhausted all of this, Trump is going to point at it and say, well, guess what? We have to change the whole thing. And eventually we got to cut it off because of these Somalians. The Somalians go back to their country. Judah is left here without any assistance. After they have what? Drained all of the resources that was left for our people who built the country. See that? Look at this. Look at it right here. Right here. Look at them. All Cushites. None of these people are Israelites. They're all Cushites. They'll come over, sit in the barbershop, and get a fade. They'll get a fade and assimilate themselves amongst our people used by the enemy. Muslim usurpers. Folks, they set up a nonprofit. The nonprofit, they claim that they were collecting money for children who had autism. They would fake that their children had autism and take them to all these different doctor offices. And with each visit, they would submit finances that can go towards the nonprofit in the billions using children that didn't have autism. While our children, I know children in America who are suffering with autism and isn't getting anything. See that? Minnesotans are livid and scared because, listen to this, the money bankrolled G-Wagons, Teslas, Porsches, lakefront homes, Dubai shopping sprees, and beachside resorts. Look at this. For decades, Minnesota welcomed immigrants and poured taxes into the public good. The state drew tens of thousands of Somali refugees fleeing civil war, if you think that's true. Fleeing civil war, most built families' careers and political influence, right? But investigators say a small number saw something else, an open tap of easy money. Listen to this, folks. Folks, this is going to blow you away. over 5 years, they created companies that built Minnesota's agencies for services that widely exaggerated or never happened at all. 59 people have been convicted so far, with more cases coming. The total haul now tops $1 billion, a sum so large it outstrips the state's yearly prison budget. Now you see why a lot of Democrats, white liberals, left the country. They're going to have you believe that Somalis came up with this idea on their own. Well, no, it's the NGOs and all that set up the nonprofits, the white liberals, to use a black face to get money that they know belonged to black people who built the country, who are working and built and actually paid into all these funds that have now been siphoned out of the country under the name of Somalia. No one is going to talk about the white liberals who let them in and set up the nonprofits to use the black face to get money that was earmarked for our people, folks. Folks, they're doing it, and this across the board, folks. They're not just doing it in politics. They've switched out all the black pastors now with African pastors. They left no stone unturned with this grift, this Hametic henchman model. And I'm saying this because, brothers and sisters, you're going to have to open up your eyes. When you're going into some of these businesses, when you're going into a doctor's office, when you're going into a nurse office, you're going to have to take names and understand whether or not you're dealing with a foreigner. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the service in the other countries that I've seen in Africa is way less than the quality of service we've come accustomed to getting here. So don't leave it up to them. They're only going to do what they know to do. You're going to have to start looking and searching names to know whether or not you want to utilize these people or trust these people with your lives. Esau has made a deal. He's not going to do none of the dirty work. He's going to allow these people to do all the killing and destroying for him. All the money that went into COVID and all that. They were financing people from overseas to convince our people to take the shots here in the United States. I proved that with the last broadcast. Start asking questions. You don't have to go back and forth. If you see a name that's not linked to Joneses, Smiths, Shepherds, Johnsons, names that you've come accustomed to understanding and growing up with, you better look at that person and understand that they may have an entirely different idea for that particular service, given that service, than you think with receiving it. It's all about the money for them. They're only here for the money, and they're willing to sacrifice us to get it. I'm going to tell you. Excuse me. People can say what they want about Trump. And I don't agree with everything Trump does. But you know what I like about Trump? Not like these white demo nuts who talk in circles, who lie in your face. Trump never bit his tongue concerning what he believes, what's on his mind, and what his plans are. And as a politician, even if I don't agree with everything he does, I can respect that aspect of him. Right? I would rather have someone tell me, I'm going to do this to you, and talk straight with it. And this is what I believe, and talk straight with it, than politically correct enemies who smile in our face, tell us all the things we want to hear while destroying us. A matter of fact, since we're speaking of Trump, years ago, he warned us about somebody who also so happens to be a Cushite. Allegedly was raised with his mother being CIA and was raised a Marxist from an adopted Edomite family. Raised to deceive and to destroy the progressive political power of Judah here in America. Trump warned us about someone. I wonder who. Fair use.
A lot of time talking about President Obama's birth certificate. Recently, you've spent a lot of time talking about President Obama's birth certificate, or lack thereof. You don't seem convinced that he has one.
No, I'm not convinced that he has one. I've had very smart people say, Donald, stay on the China issue, stay on the Saudi Arabia issue, stay on the India taking our jobs, and the Mexico, which is NAFTA, which cleaned out New England. Get off the birth certificate issue.
Why don't you?
Because you know what? 3 weeks ago when I started, I thought he was probably born in this country, and now I really have a much bigger doubt than I did before.
But based on what?
And you know what? His grandmother in Kenya said he was born in Kenya, and she was there and witnessed the birth. Okay.
He's a Cushite. He is a Cushite. He is, I repeat, a Cushite. Right? Now I'm going to play more of that. Right? Hold on.
In a tiny backstreet slum.
Hold up now. Hold up. Hold up.
In the Indonesian capital of...
Hold up now. So let's see who was raising Barack Obama as far as his ideals. Let's go into some of his ideals that he would push if given the opportunity. If he was given opportunity with unchecked power, who would he stomp for? Now, I'm going back to Trump in a moment, but let's see what people raise Barry Soetoro, the Cushite. Our lesson today, Edom'S Hametic henchmen. They would train a young boy from Cush to cosplay a civil rights leader. But let's see who raised Barry. Fair use. I'm going to put closed captions on for this one.
In a tiny backstreet slum in the Indonesian capital of Jakarta lives a person with an astonishing story. Evie is now living in abject poverty, but claims she was once nanny to US President Barack Obama. Her extraordinary connection to the world's most powerful man began at a cocktail party in Jakarta in 1969. Barack Obama's mother met a young man who had prepared the beefsteak.
Look, how many of your civil rights leaders was raised in Indonesia and was babysat by a transgender Indonesian Asian? If this doesn't sound like some type of operative situation, I don't know what is. A Cushite raised with a white woman in Indonesia getting babysat by a transgender man or woman or whatever he identifies as. Fair use.
And fried rice provided at the party. Deeming the food delicious, she promptly offered him a job in the president-to-be's family home. He became 8-year-old Obama's caretaker, playing with him and taking him to and from school. But Turdy, as he was then known, had a secret which young Barack and his family were unaware of. By night, Turdy became Evie. Neighbors recalled how they would often see Evie leave the house in the evening dressed in drag. Nowadays, Obama's transgender former nanny has given up her flowery dresses and is struggling to survive, cleaning dirty laundry to pay for food.
I've always been proud that the person I cared for, that I drove to school and cooked for, ended up being the #1 in the world, the President of America.
What did this boy witness growing up in Indonesia? Huh? What did he witness? And Trump tried to warn everyone. This is what he was raised around, folks. And then come here to cosplay as a civil rights leader. And we're going to show you for what. For what?
Recently, you've spent a lot of time talking about President Obama's birth certificate or lack thereof. You don't seem convinced that he has one.
No, I'm not convinced that he has one. I've had very smart people say, Donald, stay on the China issue, stay on the Saudi Arabia issue, stay on the India taking our jobs and the Mexico, which is NAFTA, which cleaned out New England. Get off the birth certificate issue.
Why don't you?
Because you know what? 3 weeks ago when I started, I thought he was probably born in this country, and now I really have a much bigger doubt than I did before.
But based on what?
And you know what? His grandmother in Kenya said he was born in Kenya, and she was there and witnessed the birth, okay? He doesn't have a birth certificate, or he hasn't shown.
Now, you notice, if anyone had the finances to investigate Obama's origin, the assets and the resources, it would have been Donald Trump, folks. And I've seen our people everywhere. Oh, you racist. Oh, he just want to see a black man. Listen, we got to get out of this symbolic gestures when everyone benefits above our people. No one else accepts symbolic gestures besides us. Everyone else don't even care about the symbology. They say, listen, put me in America, put me in office, and show me which way the money goes into these budgets each year throughout these inner cities. That's what they want to know. How's the money directed? They don't need representation. They need someone in position to siphon off the money that belongs to our people and put it into the hands of white crazed liberals. So here it is. Trump had the resources to investigate Obama's origin. And we immediately came to his defense. I know I didn't. One of my first videos was out there saying, this guy is not the one. And now look what he have done. He opened the gates for all of his people. That's what he's done. Right? He's representing his people. When I say representing his people, Indonesia, raised by a transgender, that's not alleged. Here's the proof right here. All you got to do is type in Obama's transgender nanny speaks out. Type it into YouTube and send it to anyone you would like to know this is where he was as a child. Right? No wonder Time Magazine gave him this particular front spread. On Newsweek. Gave him a front spread and called him, not me, this is an actual cover of Newsweek years ago, and called him the first gay president. Say what you want about Trump. Trump has been consistent even before this guy was president.
Recently, you've spent a lot of time talking about President Obama's birth certificate or lack thereof. You don't seem convinced that he has one.
No, I'm not convinced that he has one. I've had very smart people say, Donald, stay on the China issue, stay on the Saudi Arabia issue, stay on the India taking our jobs and the Mexico, which is NAFTA, which cleaned out New England. Issue. Get off the birth certificate issue.
Why don't you?
Because you know what?
Hey, folks, I don't think y'all hear what he's saying. See, and this is why they told our people, just deal with religion. Don't deal with religion. Don't think about politics, because they wanted us what? Politically ignorant. If you don't, guess what? You cannot be inside the Bible and be politically illiterate. It's impossible. In order to understand policy, you must know politics to understand prophecy. Listen to what he said. Hey, they told me to get off the NAFTA thing and just get off the NAFTA thing. And folks, you know what NAFTA is? Trump was talking about it back then. NAFTA is why when you pick up your phone and call in for any customer service, you're speaking to someone outside the United States. NAFTA was the agreement that was signed under Bill Clinton, to shift all of the service jobs from the inner city, black jobs that were paying well. That's right, folks. And outsource those jobs to Indonesia, Taiwan, India. We were the best people working in teleservices when it came to selling products through the phone. We set the standard, blacks in America. I know, folks. Okay, I managed a call floor. There's nobody could sell a product or deal with customer service better than our people. And it was Bill Clinton playing a saxophone, our simple people talking about he was the first black president, who took all of the jobs for telemarketing and gave it to others on the outside of the country. The NAFTA agreement gutted our communities financially. And guess who was talking about it? Guess who was complaining about it? And no one was even saying anything. Donald Trump was telling people. He's like, listen, if he says we're going to sign these contracts, it's going to lower the tax base from black people and poor people who depend on telemarketing jobs. We're going to lose a tax base. Those people over in Indonesia, those people over in Taiwan, those people over in India, they aren't paying taxes to America. Trump was talking about that back then. He said the poor people are going to suffer because these are good jobs that doesn't require what? A college education. I'm going to tell you, even in telemarketing back then, in the mid-90s, going into 2000, folks, I was pulling down after taxes, just working on the floor before becoming a manager. Man, I was pulling down at least $1,100 easy a week after taxes. Easy. And then afterwards, you know, things started changing, the law started changing. I went and got my insurance license, got license for every state in the United States, and began to work for a Fortune 500, a top insurance company. But my leg in was telemarketing. See? Trump was talking about it back then. He was trying to save the jobs for our people back then. And guess what? I'm not campaigning for him because I know that he's going to be used. He's going to be used as the whipping boy to bring in the armies based on what the Democrats has done. When the Somalis go back, those armies aren't going to be here for Somalis. But I'm just telling you, he was calling this stuff back out. What the Democrats was doing against our people under our noses, Trump was he was calling it out back then.
Don't seem convinced that he has one.
No, I'm not convinced that he has one. I've had very smart people say, Donald, stay on the China.
Someone says, I thought it was the best jobs during Clinton's administration. You are correct. The economy and the jobs for us was booming during Clinton. But what did he do in his last term? In his last term, before getting his foot out the door, he signed the NAFTA agreement that would send all the jobs and outsource the desk jobs offshore. You're absolutely correct. The economy for our people was booming under Clinton. But what he did was, before he put his foot out of the door for his second term, he signed in the NAFTA agreement that would steal all the jobs years later. And we didn't feel the effects of that until what? Well into the Bush administration, blaming everything on Bush when it was Clinton who signed our jobs away. It takes a while for you to feel the effects of any specific bill or legislation that's signed. You're not going to feel it immediately. But he signed it on his way out. The same way, listen, I'm going to go into this. Obama, kicking the can down the road, not doing anything for our people. He waited until the tail end of his second term to sign in gay marriage. Same thing. I'm going to show you how that Cushite, Esau using that Cushite, I'm going to show you how they were able to trick our people into getting on board with him. The optics of a black woman being appreciated on what? On a power position, an international scale, was all they needed to tip the scales there. So you know it was a think tank who sat around and said, hold up, these blacks aren't going to go for this Cushite. He's from someplace else. Oh, I know what to do. Ha. Why don't we pair him with a black woman? Someone that was born here. Ah, there we go. You know, being underappreciated, never protected, never celebrated. The black woman, how's that? Let's put her up with the Cushite. And here it is. They don't have to vote for the Cushite. They'll vote for their own image sitting in the White House. How about that? All right, put them together. Come on, bring them together. Oh, okay. Go down that dark alley. Let's go get Barry real quick. All right, let's find a black sister. And we have to give her a Jackie Onassis hairstyle. How about that? Make sure she look like Jackie Onassis. We want her to look like the Kennedys. Go to that back alley and go get Barry real quick. Let's get the men off him. Let's put them all together and package this where the black woman will vote for her image sitting in the White House. Huh? Well, what about the men? Don't worry about the men. The sisters will drag the men to the polls. Don't worry about it. Okay? Now go get Barry. Okay? That's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to pop it off.
Issue, stay on the Saudi Arabia issue, stay on the India taking our jobs and the Mexico, which is NAFTA, which cleaned out New England. Issue. Get off the birth certificate issue.
Why don't you?
Because you know what? 3 weeks ago when I started, I thought he was probably born in this country, and now I really have a much bigger doubt than I did before.
But based on what?
And you know what? His grandmother in Kenya said he was born in Kenya, and she was there and witnessed the birth, okay? He doesn't have a birth certificate, or he hasn't shown it. He has what's called a certificate of live birth. That is something that's easy to get. When you want a birth certificate, it's very hard to get.
But it's considered the equivalent. And in the
it's not the equivalent.
In the state of Hawaii, they said they have seen this document. It is evidence that he was born in the United States. That's good enough for them. Scholars have looked at it.
A birth certificate is not even close. A certificate of live birth is not even signed by anybody. I saw his. I read it very carefully. Doesn't have a serial number, doesn't have a signature. There's not even a signature.
Do you believe he's lying?
I'm starting to think that he was not born here.
Do you believe he's lying, Donald? Come on, just answer.
He spent $2 million in legal fees trying to get away from this issue. And if he weren't lying, why wouldn't he just solve it? And I wish he would, because if he doesn't, it's one of the greatest scams in the history of politics and in the history period.
Isn't that something? Another African scam. Isn't that something? Another, we were told. See, in their lesser magic, they have to tell us before they do it. That's how Hollywood plays on people. They must tell you before they what? Roll it out. It's called their lesser magic. The greatest scam in the history of the world.
One of the greatest scams in the history of politics and in the history period. You are not allowed to be a president if you're not born in this country. He may not have been born in this country. And I'll tell you what, 3 weeks ago I thought he was born in this country. Right now I have some real doubts. I have people that actually have been studying it and they cannot believe what they're finding.
You have people now down there searching, I mean, in Hawaii?
Absolutely, and they cannot believe what they're finding. I would like to have him show his birth certificate. And can I be honest with you? I hope he can. Because if he can't, if he can't, and if he wasn't born in this country, which is a real possibility, I'm not saying it happened, I'm saying it's a real possibility, much greater than I thought 2 or 3 weeks ago, then he has pulled one of the great cons in the history of politics and beyond politics.
And then, folks, on top of
Recently you've spent...
On top of this, there's claims out there allegedly that he was raised by Marxists. Now you can see the agendas that came after him. It's clear that what was brought into with him was a Marxist ideology. Well, that ideology is a Satanist. Karl Marx was a Satanist. And it's policy that leads to what? Millions dead. Huh? All skin folk, like my grandmother used to say, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. When I was growing up, somebody walked down the block, you don't know what that is? People would ask, sitting on the stoop, hey, bro, where you from? Huh? You ain't from around here, are you? They talking this garbage that black women are the most unprotected. I've never seen a time in our society where black women weren't protected. That's straight garbage. You know how many guys I know who went to jail because somebody did something to a woman or somebody stepped to somebody's mother or something? When they started talking to this stuff, the black women are the most unprotected, what are you talking about? The only unprotected woman, is a woman who refuses to have a hedge. A woman who doesn't respect leadership and are out there on their own with no one to cover them. That's a personal choice for that woman. But in general, if something's going on with a black woman in a public space and someone try to do something to that black woman, you all know everyone is going to jump to that sister's defense. So I don't know where that term come. Well, the black woman is the less protected woman. That's a lie. I know some people right now that I grew up with in jail protecting women. For protecting women. So I don't want to hear that. When they put that negative connotation, it's dangerous. It was dangerous what this sister did with this Cushite. Folks, it was very dangerous what this Cushite did years ago. Very dangerous.
Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second half hour of The Factor Uncensored. A lot of hot topics to get to tonight. We begin with a rejection that took a dangerous turn. A Houston woman is recovering after she says a man hit her in the head, in the face, with a brick. Robichaud says he attacked her after she refused to give him her cell phone number. All while a crowd of men stood there watching.
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he
Here's the scary part about this, folks. On first glance, just seeing this sister, you would think that she was from the bloodline of Israelites. You would think that this is an Israelite sister. That's the scary part of it. She's a Cushite. She's a Hamite. And this is why Esau brought them in to undermine us, so that when they do something negative, it's automatically attached to the statistics for our people, against our people. So on the surface, you'll see this woman and be like, oh, this is the sister. No, it's not. And Esau know the difference. It's a Cushite. And they strategically put them next door to us or in our neighborhoods.
Picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, what are you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why is this man got a brick?
And this is the scammy crap they do in where they come from. Over in Somalia. No honor. And folks, here's the reason why they can't get together on one code as a majority and stand up against Esau in the lands they come from. Always working against each other. Tribal. One thing about being here in slavery, it gave us an opportunity to be on code with one another. Because what? We had to, as the minority in this country. That's one thing about slavery. It forced us to be down with one another and make a code for one another as a pretext for what? For self-preservation. We had to stay on code with one another. So they take their scams, everything they do, they see being next to us as an opportunity.
Brick on my face.
According to her social media, this happened over the weekend. We reached out to HPD for some information and have yet to hear back. Joining us now to talk about it, public relations specialist Bridget Holden, Latoya Lemon, along with pastor and journalist Dr. Ruth Olson. Glad to all have you here on the Fact Rooms. When you guys see this, and number one, she's saying there were a group of men standing around, probably on their damn cell phones, looking to get the shot instead of trying to protect a woman.
And look at this simp hyping it up. Nothing happened. She made the whole thing up to grift. And you know what? And watch their response.
Thoughts on this?
Well, I feel like black women are not being protected.
I feel that black woman is not being protected. The first words out of their mouths, even though this come from another country, only to throw more darkness and hell on the shoulders of Judah. The black man in America has been the vanguard against injustice since slavery. We're the only ones who fight for everyone. We're the only ones who've been fighting for everyone. But guess what? The tides are turning. Like, nah, we're going to choose who we fight for. We're going to put it out there, the gospel. Christ came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Get on code with God's law. We're not going to be protected or being down with the people strictly based off of their outward appearance anymore. Automatically, the first thing they say is what?
Trying to protect a woman. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I feel like black women are not being protected these days. I mean, but then, I don't know if you watch social media, but then there are a lot of women on here who are saying, well, I don't need a man and I don't need this and I don't need that. So we kind of have to take accountability. If we're out here saying that, then are the men going to protect us? But I thought that chivalry is dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
Man, what's going on here? Anyway.
And Barry. Latoya, your thoughts about this? Number one, first of all, someone hitting her with a brick because she refused to.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
We begin with some late breaking news. Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle joining us live
Gocc.
from the newsroom now with what's going on here. Sherman.
Yeah, so there's a few top stories that we're looking at. GoFundMe schemers found guilty tonight. Car crashes into a vet clinic in Montgomery County and fire scorches land in Galveston Island. That's some of the top stories tonight. Let's start with that GoFundMe scheme story. Remember Rhoda Osman? We talked.
Rhoda Osman, folks. Osman, Somali, Cushite.
About her a few times for the last couple of years. In 2023, she was known as the Brick Lady online. She made claims that a man threw a brick at her head outside of a bar in West Houston because she didn't give him her phone number. Well, she went on to collect $42,000 through a GoFundMe campaign she started after that. Well, a Harris County jury found her guilty of theft. She has to spend 90 days in jail, 10 years probation. She has to pay restitution, 10 years of...
Another Cushite, one from the Obama's family, Cushite. As y'all can see, there's a common thread here, using the others to throw shade or darkness on the tribe of Judah here in America. Right? So let's see. Of course, Obama helped out. There's a few things he was able to accomplish with his 2 terms. Let's see what that is. The Cushite. Fair use.
So when we got back, I do remember there was one of those extraordinary sunsets. I remember him being very moved with that.
A few weeks earlier, one of my staff, a DT, had come to me with this idea that originated with Jeff Tiller, who worked in the press office.
What if we lit the White House in rainbow colors? And importantly, what if we made a commitment to do it regardless of how the Supreme Court ruled? Regardless of whether they ruled it as constitutional or unconstitutional, our government will send a message to the community and to the world that we...
Can you imagine if the Democrats, whom our people vote predominantly in number for some ridiculous reason, can you imagine if the Democrats stomped as hard for us as they do immigrants and gay people? Can you imagine that? If they stood their ground and stomped for blacks in America, not people from other places, as hard as they do for gays and or the blacks they bring in, Africans whom we're not. Can you imagine how far our people would be together with political power to make changes? You got to think about that.
We value LGBT people and that we are on the right side of history. And Valerie took a second and she looked at me and she said, I think that's a phenomenal idea.
I couldn't have thought of any other way to better demonstrate change than through changing the color of what is an iconically recognized building the world over. As the sun went down, it became this brilliant popping color of the rainbow.
Outside of the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, there were just throngs of people. And I can only describe it as reverie. We were speechless. And it was so beautiful and touching. I can never talk about it without getting choked up as I am right now. I couldn't be more grateful than I am for that moment.
I think the fact that so many people came out to see it and that photograph still is as real for people as the day that we first did it. Just tells you how important symbolism is.
Here was this incredibly visible sign that not only did we belong, not only were we equal under the Constitution when it comes to marriage equality, we had a president, we had an administration who clearly said, you belong, we want you, we care for you, we protect you.
There's so much more work to be done to extend the full promise of America to every American.
But today we can say, in no uncertain terms, that we've made our union a little more perfect.
Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we're free at last. You hear those pianos? You hear that music in the background. Don't you feel it? A Cushite, raised in different parts of the world, including Indonesia, by a transgender babysitter.
To marriage equality, we had a president, we had an administration who clearly said, you belong, we want you, we care for you, we protect.
Who can I get to represent the blacks, to show in policy how much he truly resent God's people? Who exactly can we get for such a task?
You.
There's so much more work to be done to extend the full promise of America to every American. But today we can say, in no uncertain terms, that we've made...
Oh, look at the preachers behind them. Amazing Grace. A Cushite.
Our union a little more perfect.
Hear that bass at the end of it? Free at last. Free at last, folks. As you can see, Edom's Hametic henchmen, the plan to use what? Their servants who will voluntarily serve under them as henchmen to undermine the awakening led by Judah. Start asking questions about people that are around you that have been strategically placed in particular areas to undermine and or to destroy. They were placed there to destroy your families. Wake up. Now, there was a guy earlier. I have a few announcements. We all talk about, immediately, we speak over and over about the whitewashing. I wrote this down. But what we tend to ignore, what we should be paying more attention to, is the blackwashing. With Esau using the others from over Africa to come into the United States to blackwash Judah out of existence. That's what we need to be focused on. A lot of them, a lot of people come over here, they get education, they do just fine, they mind their business. We're not talking about them. We're talking about people who come from other places to only to become doctors, nurses, teachers, professors, pastors, find themselves in high rung of authority in these different trusted institutions. These are the places we have to side-eye and figure out what are these people's intentions going forward. They're not there by happenstance. They were placed there. They're Cushite lackeys according to the Jewish religion concerning their view on Cush. Cush was born to serve them according to their ideology. And how do they serve Esau? Well, they serve Edom, brothers and sisters, by undermining Judah here. I don't know real quick, but there was a guy by the name of Solomon earlier when I began who had something to say contrary to what we're teaching, claiming that Africa was the Holy Land. Well, I need to know, Del, is Solomon still in the chat? Or maybe, because some of these trolls are paid to be on and troll for a time, maybe he done punched out by now. Probably paid by the government to come in and shield. But if Solomon, is he still in the chat? Again, the biggest con that have been played on our people is to have our people in America believe that we have anything to do with being continental Africans. That is a lie. That is a lie. All civilization did not come out of Africa. Another lie. Unless you're going to include the land of Canaan, which would be considered North Africa, which is the Jerusalem or Israel, according to the Bible. But outside of that, folks, we're not from Ghana. We are not from Mali. Even though these are beautiful places our people ran to in the diaspora, through the diaspora. We settled in these lands after our forefathers lost Jerusalem. We are the Israelites according to the Bible. And yes, it was prophesied in the Bible, Old and New Testament, that he would begin to deliver our people from the strange lands we are scattered. Esau, know, brothers and sisters, that we will see him coming. Okay? We were the first on the streets pointing out the truth concerning the synagogue of Satan. We were the first out there showing the history, the archaeology, and all of that concerning the true people of the land before the Mayflower, and showing them to be Israelites according to the Bible. People out here talk about delineation right now. And you know what? Delineation is good. But it was the Israelites out there on the street delineating from Africa. Even before the internet saying, nah, we're not Africans, we're Israelites. And now more than ever, I understand why there was a delineation. It's as if we knew back then in the early 90s that if we didn't keep an eye on them, that they would circumvent and destroy us from within. And now what did the Democrats do? The Democrats, along with the World Economic Forum, financed all of these people of Africa to come into these areas to undermine our people, to steal all of the money from the treasury when it comes to what our taxpayer dollars went into as far as food subsidies, housing, stamps, all of that our forefathers and all that bled and died in this land so that their children can eat. So these demo nuts went and got these people and grabbed all of that out of the way. And some people are going to think, y'all going to say, well, hold up. There's more white people on these benefits benefiting from this than black people. And you know what? You would be correct. But the white people don't have anything to worry about, folks. They're going to always look out for themselves. What these people did was take from the minority money that was earmarked, money that white people couldn't touch until the Arabs brought Africans in the country as a black face to take the minority money away. That's the problem. They have actually produced what? An engineered famine. And they've done this intentionally. At the same time, through AI, is laying off so many people, especially our sisters, barring them out of the job market. It's about to be crazy, but guess what? None of what I've mentioned would have been possible if they didn't use the others. If they didn't use the Cushites and the Hamites to come into the United States to undermine us, to pull the rug right from up under us, so that there's nothing left for our children. Nothing left that our people can depend on based on all the works we've done since this country's inception. Why am I putting it out there? There's nothing we can do about it. But now we're going to start asking questions now. And by asking these questions, we're going to understand how little help we have outside of a few who can actually see. And through that, through the Spirit of the Almighty, when we can see that only a few people can see this world the way it should be seen, we're going to cleave to our own for the sake of self-preservation, as we've done since the time we came off the slave ships. We're going to get back together for the sake of survival. And what I'm mentioning right here is a good thing. No longer dependent on politicians, sold out pastors. No longer dependent on people to come over here and look like us and try to claim that they're for us just because they're close in melanin. No more of that, folks. These enemies have intentionally came here with resentment to undermine God's people, and that was intentional. And folks, it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Why do I say this? Well, the Hamites with the Arabs, I think I have it here. They are going to show a level of resistance. I'm telling y'all now. And it's going to be, this resistance is going to be under the banner. Remember, I told y'all this. Under the banner of what's now redefined, the new redefining of terrorism. They're going to push back. All the money they've been grifting and getting off of the doles of the people who've been working here. A lot of these Africans under these Arabs folks are going to be doing things in the country. They're going to be doing all types of crazy things. What? They'd rather do that than have to go back to where they come from. They're going to be joining resistance and all that in the country. Watch what I tell you. And the face of terrorism in no time, watch this in 2026, will be solely black Muslims. Watch what I tell you. Mark it, clip it, timestamp it. They'd rather cause all types of confusion than to go back into the countries they came out of. And by default, just like everything they do falls on us. That's right. It's going to happen just like that. They're going to be the proxy, and by default, we're going to get caught up into the fray. For those who are not watching, we're not going to be caught up because we're not going to be out there with them. We're going to be checking paperwork, know who's who, and we're not going to be involved in anything they're dealing with. Get on code with the Almighty and with each other. Right? There's one thing I'm trying to grab here before I open up the line. One more thing. Here it is right here. Last but not least. What I'm showing you right now is the future of terrorism. They're right there on the block. They're going to be doing this all throughout the United States, bringing in Cushites and some Israelites who are converted to Islam to be the new jihadists. Right here.
I don't give a fuck. This is fucking that thing,
here they go.
But you cannot take us.
Who said?
Me.
What gives you special privilege?
You cannot take us.
Who said
The
that?
defeated Africans.
Don't touch my
Here they go. Praying on the streets of America. The replacements are here. They're going to be deemed jihadists, and through what we're mentioning here, we'll give Trump the moral high ground to go into inner cities, extracting not immigrants, not illegals, but terrorists.
Yep, I am.
They go to your future. Here it comes.
What happened? You want to ask me why I'm taking video? Because I can't, because this is America. That's why.
All because the children of Israel are waking up.
But you cannot take us.
Who said?
Me.
What gives you special privilege?
You cannot take us.
Who said that?
You cannot do that.
Here's the henchmen. There goes
I don't give a
your
fuck.
henchmen.
That thing, because this is America.
But you cannot take us.
Who said?
Me.
What gives you special privilege?
You cannot take us.
Who said that?
You cannot do that.
Don't touch my happening right now in the Bronx.
All right. As you can see, these are Edom'S Hametic henchmen. No longer will the white man attack our people directly. That's right. There's enough willing Africans or Hamites who are willing to undermine our people, who's willing to do the work for him. Now, am I saying all of Africans? No. Of course not. Elder Lawyer is on his way to Africa. But it seems as if some people have become so hubris and proud that they've become to operate above themselves. I'm not going to talk about that today, but I couldn't help but feel a certain type of way when I seen a sister who was getting her hair done. And guess what? I've always supported African braiders. I've always supported them in their work, in their craft. When we went over into the Greek islands, there were people that I know, sisters would be on the sidewalk doing braids, and sometimes I would just give them a few dollars just to have in their pocket who were from Africa, braiding hair. I had to shake my head. It was a shame for me to see those sisters holding that sister, those African sisters from Nigeria, holding that sister hostage in a place of business. Where nowhere in Africa can you get your hair braided for $200 and get 200 American dollars. Nowhere. You can't make that amount of money in certain parts of Africa for one hair braid. And for them to be so proud and grab that sister's hair and pull a bald spot out of her head, man, I was so upset when I seen that. Our sisters patronize other people's businesses, always support other people, love on other people, accepting to other people. And none of that activity would be heard of amongst our people anywhere in the Americas. I was so disappointed when I seen that. I'm like, Lord have mercy. But you know what? This is what our people have allowed. So, of course, that behavior doesn't fall on all the people of Africa. But it's time that we sit back and reassess the relationship. It's time to reassess the relationship. It seems like the support, the love have been one-sided. It was us who fantasized the paradise of Africa. It was us here in America when we didn't have to. The Wakanda element and seeing Africa as a great hub of greatness with beautiful people. And we've always celebrated Africa. But it seems like the love is a one-sided relationship. So now it's time to say, well, okay, it's time to check paperwork now. When you get beyond yourself, where you can come over into some other place that you wouldn't have been allowed to come if it wasn't for our struggle. And not respect the people who rolled out the white carpet for you. It's time for a reassessment. You think you can just come on someone's land, pull out their hair with no recourse. Witnessing activity like this, brothers and sisters, I can see why a lot of these Arabs and other people go into these countries and totally subjugate these people. They'll come over here and put their chest and flex on us, but allow a Chinese man to kick them around in their country. They allow apartheid being the majority of people with a few white people. But they'll come over here and pull the hair out of our sisters. It's a reassessment. And let me tell you, I love our people in Africa. I love the church we have in Africa. We have to reassess everything. Even setting up the church in Africa originally, there was a guy who wanted to use our church to scam people that I had to get in front of. I had Shapat and I had Gocc go over there because Gocc had prior relations with Africa and all that because, he've always traveled there. Come to find out, we had a scammer who had a village trying to use the Gathering of Christ Church, dealing with witchcraft and all that crap, trying to get me to co-sign him to be a chapter of our church. We had people on the ground. We checked this guy out, one of the most scammiest people I've ever, sleaziest people, and that's deep for me to say that. And I'm like, are these the people they are allowing amongst us now? He wanted to use our church to scam somebody in Africa. And unless we had people on the ground, it would have been a trusted person we would have sent people to in Africa. We would have trusted him. I'm glad we sent people on the ground there. Talking about some Pan-Africanism. Let's come together under Pan-Africanism. Africa can't even come together. They can't even come together amongst one another. But you know what? With the judgment coming into this earth, for those who want to be right, guess what? There's a reckoning coming. And I'm going to tell you, for those who want to be right, follow the law and separate yourself from the scammers. We're not going to Wakandize Africa anymore. It's over. Africa can't even come together. But they talking about Pan-Africanism. Where's the Pan-Africanism? Where is the united front for all of Africa? Does that exist? And I love our people in Africa, but hey, we got to call it what it is. We can no longer be circumvented and undermined by Cushites they've used politically to destroy us, to siphon out all the money that would be here for our children. We must call them out, separate ourselves from them, and guess what? Refuse to give them service going forward. If you don't appreciate what our people have to provide for you, guess what? There is no market if our people don't support it. The white man ain't coming into your places to get their hair braided. It's time. 515-605-9327 for those who would like to come in. I have to eat, but I just wanted to expose you. I just wanted to expose what's going on with these so-called Hamites so that now Esau can no longer play the African card on us no more. We are not Africans. It's 54 countries and many nationalities and races of people within the continent of Africa. Okay? It's utterly ridiculous. We are not continental Africans. We are from Jerusalem, the children of Israel. And yes, we are back. Excuse me. Getting that last out of me. I'm sorry about that. We got Brother Gadayawan who had a question concerning Galatians. Brother Gadayawan, he had a question for me. It says, Shalom, Elder, sorry to disturb you. Can you please break down Galatians 3? Is the law Paul talking about is the law of sacrifice or the commandments? Thank you. Gadayawan, I know you're up and I know you're listening, and I said I would answer it tonight. So I'm going to answer that question before opening up the lines. All right. For those who would like to come in, if you have something to say based on the program tonight, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come in. All right. Right here. Copy. Have a few announcements. There goes Zoom for those who would like to come in if you have a word or something to say based on the topic tonight. Right? And I'm going to answer this question that was given. Someone texted me this earlier and I said, you know what? Since I'm here tonight, I'm glad to be back, folks. Man, I was down in between traveling. I mean, this thing been with me. As you can see, I'm still coughing up a little bit, but I'm feeling 100% better now. But hopefully I'll be 100% really by Friday, but I'm feeling a lot better and compared to last week. Thank you for your prayers. I'm stronger now. Ready to rock. All right. All right. Gadayawan asked the question when it says the law in the 3rd chapter, was it talking about sacrifice or the commandments? Great question. Let's read. O foolish Galatians, who have bewitched you that you should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Yeshua Mashiach have been evidently sent forth, crucified among you? excuse me. Let me get some tea here. Okay. Some ginger. Okay. Excuse me. This only would I learn of you, received by the Spirit, by the works of the law, or by faith. Okay? So he's posing, Kadaiwan, if you're here, a question. When it comes to Christ's ministry, the church he was setting up in Galatia, he was asking, this only would I learn of you, receive of you the Spirit by the works of the law, or by hearing of faith. So he's asking the Galatians, how did you receive the truth? That leads to what? That leads to eternal life. Did you receive that under the law? Or did you hear the preachings I've preached to you of faith? Well, that's common sense. The Galatians and our people had the law before Christ came. So there must be what? A greater spirit above simply the law in of itself. See that? If the truth was just the law itself, there would have been no need for Christ to come. So there must be something greater. So he's posing a question to them. Have you received the Spirit by the works of the law, or by the hearing of faith? Right there, that's speaking of the law, the written law. And then Paul states, are you foolish, having begun in the Spirit? Are you now made perfect by the flesh? 703, can you hold on for one moment? 703, can you hold on for a moment? All right, I got to wait there. Anyway, I'm going to put that on silent so I can get through this and answer the question for the brother. Are you foolish, having begun in the Spirit? Are you now made perfect by the flesh? Have you suffered so many things in vain, if it be yet in vain? He therefore that ministereth to you the Spirit, and worketh miracles among you, do it by the works of the law, or by the hearing of faith. So what's going on? Well, you have the Galatians who are trying to bring people back under what? The letter of the law, which also meant what? Death for those who broke the laws that had what? Punitive consequences behind them. Death. You had some people who were trying to get people back under that. Right? And he says, and work of miracles among you, doeth he it by the works of the law? Is it me following the law before you? Is that the works of the miracles of the Spirit of having people be able to walk, be able to see, to be able to hear? Does that have anything to do with the letter? So there's a higher level within the ministry outside of the law itself, is what Paul is explaining. There was no letter of the law when Abraham was walking the earth. But he was justified by the Almighty through faith, a higher understanding. See that? Let me read. Or by hearing of faith. What's greater? The hearing of faith. even as Abraham believed in God, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. Know ye therefore that which are of faith, the same are the children of Abraham. Okay? Now, this is not saying that someone who believe in Christ have now become a spiritual Israelite. That's what Christians are trying to put forth. He's just showing forth that the faith in Christ that was led in the ministry through the disciples, that was handed to the disciples, is greater than the law. They already knew the law. They were all Israelites. But the faith component is what Israelites were missing. The faith component. That faith connects us to the Most High. And now we're guided from the heavens in a way the world cannot truly understand. But if you just deal with the letter of the law, you'll never achieve that level. Is what Christ was teaching, and it's what Paul was trying to convey to the Galatians. If you just follow the law, you're just what? You're going through the motions. It doesn't take any faith not to eat pork. Right? Doesn't take faith to do that. It doesn't take faith to remember, when you remember the Sabbath, it's the seventh day. It doesn't take faith for that. You just follow it. So the letter, you're just following. So if everyone is following the law, how can you distinguish someone from someone else when everyone is doing the same thing? It's the faith piece that distinguishes Christ from everyone else. See? Following the law is the schoolmaster. That's the base level. Faith is what we graduate to. Now that we understand the law, we're guided through the Holy Spirit from the heavens, which takes faith beyond the letter. Okay? And guess what? That's the faith of Abraham, the faith of our forefathers. It's that connection with the Almighty being led through the Holy Spirit. That's above the law in of itself. So if you ask me what law it's talking about in Galatians 3, it's talking about the written law. But faith is greater. It is not either or. Like the Christians, they'll say, well, through faith, now I don't have to follow the law. No. It's not either or. It's both. The law gives us a code to live by. That's a code. Everyone is talking about we need to be on code. Well, that's the code we live by. The law that was given. Those are the laws: moral, civil, and dietary. And what people wanted to do during Paul's time, they wanted to go back under the doctrine of the Pharisees. Like, nah. You didn't learn this doctrine through the Pharisees. You learned this doctrine through those who had faith in Christ's doctrine. Okay? So you're going to have to put that down and learn all over again how to get to faith. Right? Excuse me. 703 area code. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Thank you very much. And hello. Yes.
Do me a favor. I need you to turn your YouTube, mute your YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'll stop it for a moment. I'm right.
All right, sir, your name and location.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is it's going to be Walter and Evangeline Corbett. Corbett.
Okay, how can I help you this evening? Talk to me.
Oh, yes. My wife is Evangeline, and she wanted to speak with Elder Ricochet.
Well, this is Elder Ricochet.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring her on. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You are. You take this phone, and I'll walk in the other room with the other one, and you can speak with the elder.
How old are you, sir?
I'm sorry. Hope you're doing well.
How old are you, sir?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm 26 years old coming in December.
You what years old?
76. I am Judah Waha Wada.
Sir, I asked how old are you? How old are you?
76 years old.
76?
Yeah, 76.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
You can put your wife.
didn't know that? All of
It's all good. Well, what part are you from? The South? Where you from?
Yeah, I'm down here in Virginia.
Virginia. I can tell that accent. My father sound like my father. My father was from Newport News.
Oh yeah. I think I heard you say that once.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also remember. I think you all had going down to. I don't know where it was, Alabama or Georgia.
No, Lake Charles, Louisiana is where he met my mother.
Oh, Louisiana is where you were.
Yeah.
So everybody good?
Yeah. What part of Virginia?
Oh, Virginia in Manassas battlefield.
Okay, all right. Let me speak to your wife. Your wife want to speak to us?
Yeah, she really wants to speak to you. Now she may forget some things, so I'll be on the other phone to help her. Okay.
All right.
She had a lot of strokes, 7 strokes. But what she wants to speak to you, she said it was very important.
Yes,
One
no
moment.
problem.
I hear. Hold on. There you go. Don't hit any button. I'll be in the other room with the other phone.
Hello?
How you doing, ma'am? This is Elder Ricochet. You wanted to speak with me?
Yes, I've had 7 strokes and open heart surgery. And my first heart attack, I was 40 years old. Yes.
Your name?
My name is Evangeline.
Evangeline. Okay, go on, Evangeline. I'm listening.
But I want to tell you something. My cousin is Keter Betts. He was Ella Fitzgerald. He played with Ella Fitzgerald for 40 years, Walter? 40 years? 50 years.
Okay.
Yes. And his Keter's son was Keter was roommates with Michael Jordan in college.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there's something in particular that's relating to what we're talking about with the Bible tonight, or?
No, I just need prayer for. I need prayer, and like my vision is going, and I need prayer.
How long have you been following the church, Evangelina? Ma'am, how long have you been following the church?
6 to 8 years.
Okay.
I'm not in the class because I don't type and I don't see real.
Okay, that's fine. How old are you?
I'm 74.
74. Okay. All
Yeah.
praises. All right,
Yeah.
let's do this. I got your number, Evangeline. I'm gonna call you offline.
Okay.
Let me ask you. I don't know whether or not you did. Did you get the vaccine or no? The COVID vaccine.
No, I didn't take the COVID vaccine.
All right. Well, hey, it's good. It's good that you're here. It's good that. Was anybody trying to pressure you to do it at the time? Were your doctors calling you?
What's that?
Yeah, they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, once or twice we don't, I see what they would call in, Elder. Oh, no, I don't take any of those type of vaccines, sometimes what I put in the back.
Man, this guy sounds like my grandfather. But I tell you what, Evangeline, let's do this. Let me get off the broadcast, and I'll be sure to call you and pray with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You.
Bless you.
Love you.
Oh, we love you too, and I thank you and your husband for supporting the work. And I will call and do a prayer with you. All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Isn't that wonderful? Boy, God's people is coming back. It does my heart good to hear our people. And down south, straight roots to the slave ships. And to see those children coming up to me as I travel into these areas who will never have to work through the lies we had to go through to find the truth is a blessing in of itself. And to hear our elders who are standing in the knowledge of the Almighty, who grew through Jim Crow, redlining, who went through the civil rights movement, to only hear the fact that they are the children of Israel in the last days. That in of itself, brothers and sisters, is surreal. This truth, this ministry is so important. It's so important. Hold on, one thing I want to give y'all a message real quick. Let's see. Okay, I want to let y'all know that the 14th of December begins a brand new Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay, the theme is Beyond 2025, Hope After Armageddon. Okay, we want to go into the hopes, the righteous hope, not the doom and gloom to come, but more so what happens to us as when we overcome Jacob's trouble will be the theme. Why understanding Armageddon's purpose is key to hope, dispelling common misconceptions about total annihilation. Okay? That and more. What daily life could look like in the kingdom in a perfectly restored world, the promise of harmony, abundance, and direct contact with the Almighty here on earth. We're going to talk about that. How Israel prepared to leave Egypt will be one of the lessons in preparation for us soon traveling throughout the world, if need be, as pilgrims. How Israelites lost Jerusalem. 70 AD, the fall of Jerusalem. We're going to go into it with serious detail. You don't want to miss that historical lesson. Ishmael, talking about the Arabs, the silent enemy of God's people, the Israelites. Ishmael have been the silent enemy in cahoots with Esau to circumvent us and to destroy us politically. There would be no Sudanians. There would be no Somalians and others in our countries robbing us blind if the Arabs didn't bring them here initially. Okay, the Arabs and Esau is behind all of this. 4 topics we'll explore, and one topic, can't wait to talk about this, AI technology and the days of Noah. AI technology in the day of Noah. All praises be to the Most High. I hope you're there. I hope you're there. Go to historytimes.org, take in enrollment. We're trying to get as many people as possible for this academy. Time is running short. News, the law, we have Hebrew, and what? Lessons unparalleled, like any you have ever learned in the earth. Nothing like the Hebrew and Bible on the earth, I guarantee it. On top of that, we will also have a weekly community chat where people come in, video. We're going to use Barnyard for that. Therefore, when it comes to certain topics on the lines of what we were talking about. We're going to put a face in the place with the name. So if you want to come in, community discussions, and all of that, we're going to add that as a new component with the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Face-to-face interactions, and we're going to have a weekly topic to discuss where what? It will be Academites invited in only during the week for that particular face-to-face panel discussion. So we have panel discussions with an Academy password. You can get in and become a part of the weekly conversations. A new feature beginning for the first time in this Hebrew and Bible Academy. Now, for those who've been in past academies and believe it's the same thing, folks, I'm stressing, if you've been in past academies, come in this academy so you can understand how different things are from the last time you've been in it. New lessons and everything. And if you've been in past academies, you can put that in the particular comment section when you enroll, and we'll give you caveats or we'll discount you to a certain degree for coming back and helping us with this one. So again, we invite those who haven't enrolled in the academy for years back into the fold. Go to historytimes.org, become a part of the awakening. historytimes.org. Also, Tulsa, Oklahoma is where the new Passover. Hold on, let me put it out here. The Passover will be in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the home of Wall Street, Black Wall Street. 2026 Passover, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're preparing several special surprises for our guests. We're going to have gifts for those who are there, who are coming in. We have gifts for those who are coming in for the Passover also. You won't want to miss it. We have seats. The seats are filling in quickly. So if you plan to attend, please inform your local elder as soon as possible. I don't want to be the one to tell you, to bear the bad news to you that everything is closed because you didn't get in and secure your seat in a timely fashion. If you come into the Passover, Tulsa, Oklahoma, the place of Black Wall Street, this coming spring, get with your local leader and please get in and secure your seat while there's time, and they'll tell you exactly how to secure your seat for the next Passover. Thousands upon thousands will be in attendance, and folks, do we have a surprise for you all for this Passover? I know there's a certain layout that people who come each year who are accustomed to actually seeing a certain layout. But nah, we're mixing it up a lot this year. And the music is going to be on a different level when it comes to praise. Also, during the week, I'm seeking to have during the week a welcoming gathering at another location to invite the people in a few days before the actual Passover weekend. So you don't want to miss this in Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you are part of the Gathering of Christ Church and you're baptized, please secure your seat so that we can get you in, get things locked in, so that we can tie up our business side and making sure they have their money and all that. It's going to be thousands upon thousands. We're looking upward probably about 4,000 to 5,000. That's going to be in this one, not including the West Coast Passover, okay? So get your seats because they're flying off the shelves right now when it comes to enrollments and all that. And I don't want you to miss it. If you're having financial issues, please let your congregation leader know that you're dealing with something so that we can help on that front if need be too, okay? We don't want you to miss it. All right? Will we be able to watch live? Absolutely. And that's to be announced. Folks, it's going to be absolutely epic this coming Passover. Epic. Right? All right. With that, it's almost 11 o'clock. I wish I can answer questions, but I'll be right back for Patreon this coming Friday. Okay? Look around you, folks. When it comes to the enemy within, understand Esau and the Arabs have dumped the usurpers next door to us. Keep your heads on a swivel and what? Your eyes in the Bible. Okay? Sharon Brown. You are the winner. Sharon Brown, you are the winner of this particular Apocrypha. I'm going to sign this Apocrypha with the love and care that's endowed on me through the Holy Spirit, and I'm going to bless you with this book. All right, Sharon, I said I was going to pick someone. I seen you there, and I said, hold up. I said I was going to send out an Apocrypha. So, Sharon, send your address with your full name to goccSouth@yahoo.com. And I'm going to myself sign this particular Apocrypha as a gift to you. Thank you for continually supporting the work. Here's a book, especially Esdras, that talks about how the 10 tribes got here to the Americas, right? A book that they didn't allow us to read in slavery. A book that they won't allow us to read in Christian churches in fear that we'll find the truth concerning the lost tribes of Israel. Well, this is my personal gift to you. Last but not least, send an email to GOCC South, that's the direction south, at yahoo.com. For those who are interested, for those who are interested in the shirt you see before you here, that's right. Boom! You can go to JudahClothing.com. JudahClothing.com. Of course, this is not my business. I support those who are in the work, who are doing great work. And this brother is doing a great work in providing clothing, apparel for God's people, for the Most High's people. JudahClothing.com if you would like to get the shirt you see before you today. And as you can see, it comes in different colors, hoodies, t-shirts, all of that. Jacob got Esau's heel. Jake, we got next. You can even get yourself a Hebrew flag with the 12 tribes on it. Right? So if you're interested in the shirt you've seen here tonight, I got a hoodie. That thing is nice. Boom, bang. Right? Go to JudahClothing.com. Support the brother's work. All right? With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. Don't fear. Do not panic. Soon we'll be walking into Zion together. Don't let nobody scare you into going to other places. It's nothing more than another African or Jordan scam. With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. We are the children of Israel, and yes, we are back. Brothers and sisters, have a pleasant evening. I'm Elder Ricard signing out. There you go.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. A good point. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Our highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.